Hey, buddy. Just to let you know, we're gonna be meat posting. So if you're
Ah,
uncomfortable with that, I feel like you should just kind of mute yourself temporarily. Not record that part. Okay, Craig. Okay, cool. So, our um, wonderful detective team found themselves last episode down another person. Unfortunately, Metal had been dealing with some strange things on her own that she was not informing the party of. And our group found out beginning of last session that she had quit and had not even given the courtesy of really like saying goodbye in any meaningful way. Um, when investigating this, including breaking into her room, they found that she had seemingly become sort of a private investigator for the society, seemingly under the direction of her aunt Cadence, someone who Metal doesn't like and wouldn't really work for. It seems to be some kind of threat of a wedding or something. And getting married off has, of course, been one of Metal's greatest fears from her sort of station and upbringing. Um, so it seems to be some things going on with Metal in the background that means she has had to quit being the detective. And while she may not be in a uh, sort of safe place, she is at least okay, seemingly by reports uh, from. Um, uh, from some people who are in the know. But that does leave a power vacuum in the detective team, and it needs a new head detective. Uh, Seemingly with no other choice, doing due to May being something of a communications officer and Arcanist liaison, and not technically part of the detective team yet, and Cal still having sort of a complicated political situation with the necromancers. The leadership defaulted to Fish, and this is Uh, this is a situation that the others are a bit trepidatious of, but they will see how Fish's absolute leadership and guidance on this mission will go. It was very much framed as a temporary assignment to May by Tone, but. Maybe if it's a success, that becomes a more permanent leadership position. We shall see. Um, the party was getting ready to head out on a mission that's part of a larger, like, sting operation against the Second Dawn. This uh, human supremacist maybe, but at least anti mage and especially anti sanctuary group that had been working in the shadows and were responsible for a number of the major attacks and goings on during this uh, during this very fraught month at the sanctuary. And they may or may not have some connection to the benefactor, having showed up as backup at May's Dig, um, being involved in the attack on the sanctuary in the beginning, which seems to have been orchestrated by the Second Dawn, but also the benefactor's agents got placed in the sanctuary at the same time. Um, it's a little bit unknown what's going on there. And as part of these larger mysteries, there is some other lingering questions. Where did the Second Dawn come from? Cal and now Fish know from Grand Mage crown, that they are somehow tied with the history of the sanctuary in some way, something that happened may have happened during the war. Um, at the same time, there is also the issue of a Mr. Crennet Brash, a artiste who was helping to develop the very realistic and functional reflection servants for the wealthy, who was kidnapped by the Second Dawn in an attack at a party for the Society for Better Governance. Um, that interestingly enough, all of those other kidnapping victims have either been released or rescued, or have at least been seen as part of missions, and Crennet Brash has entirely disappeared. And that, plus his history with Reflections, which uh, seems to be, somehow involved in uh, maybe something the benefactor is doing, or something having to do with attacks on the sanctuary. Um, Tone has expressed that it is possible that he is in fact a villain and not a victim, although it is hard because nobody has really researched him in any way. But you have been given a last warning to keep an eye out for him as part of this larger sting. And so the group finds themselves about 2 hours before they're going to teleport out on the first leg of their journey to a Second Dawn base in Oregon, with some backup, but having to be something of a stealth mission to not set off red flags with the American Sanctuary, who claims jurisdiction over this area. And this is supposed to be a very small, kind of minor outpost, with the greater force of Second Dawn being the other leg of the sting, run by the more senior detectives and backed up by the current Grand Mage and a large amount of sorceress muscle. Um, there is also the potential issues with the Society for Better Governance currently happening, that Metal seems to somehow be involved in, that also may be drawing in Elder Delore. So it seems like the forces of the sanctuary are kind of being spread a little bit to all of these different threats. And with that, we come into Fish sitting in their room and perhaps freaking out, while the others make their last preparations for leaving on this mission.
Ms. Kirkiner.
Kekino is with you, trying to comfort you, knows you're freaking out somewhat. Um, Cal probably offered to uh, carry him around while finishing getting ready, but he came with you and is just keeping you company, um, resting his head on your lap in your room and staring up at you with big ol' eyes.
So, Fish is really wanting to avoid actually doing any introspective uh, work,
Hmm.
and so it's a matter of like, well, buddy, what do you think I'll look better with my jacket collar up like this, or just how normal it is?
I don't know. I think you look pretty good. I think you look very um like leaderly. And yeah, I always think you look good, Dad.
Thank you. You too.
Y- Thank you. I got my little shark's tooth badge, so I'm all ready for that. You don't think I'll need a top hat for this mission, do you?
No, but here you can try this on just while I'm thinking my thoughts. and they pick up the Akubra, teaches Akubra from where they've hung it,
Mm-hmm.
like I imagine on like the bedpost,
Yep.
and puts it on him, and it's like, yes, wonderful, and hoping that that's like, all right, you just be distracted now, and I'm going to
Ooh.
pace around the room and like mutter cool sounding things to say, so it sounds like I'm in control.
You put the hat on him. He entirely like sinks within it. It is like taking up half of his body. So he honestly kind of looks like a Roomba, just kind of like scurrying around the room with this giant brimmed hat, kind of bumping into things. Um, and he goes, look at me, I'm a cool adventurer, and I teach Dad how to go pew pew, and I go, yeah, look at me, I'm head detective Kekino. Big hat Kekino. Oh, I like that. Big hat Kekino.
Big hat Gagano? Yeah, cool. They're not really listening, but like, just like, yeah, you're there and I love you, and that's very cute. However, they do make it clear, okay, you look great in it, and I'm happy for you to wear it at any time. However, we're not taking it on the mission, because if it gets damaged in any way, I'll kill myself.
Kekino is like looking at you, but you're just looking at Hat, so then he just kind of like bops it up so it gets out of his eyes and goes, Dad, you shouldn't worry that much. If it's important, we can keep it safe. And whether that's safe here or safe with us, that's fine. But you shouldn't make jokes like that because I don't like it.
Okay, well, I wouldn't really. What I mean is, I'd be completely devastated.
Yeah.
This, I love this hat. Not
Yeah.
more than I love you, though.
Thanks, Dad. I know you love this hat because it's important to you, and that's why I like to wear it because it makes me feel very cool and important too. Maybe, like, we could convince like Mr. Goff or maybe May to like do a thing on it that's like it's hard to damage.
Yeah, look, you're probably right. It's just that, what if in the process it gets damaged, and I can't help but worry about that. But don't you worry about it. And thanks, buddy. I'll give it a think.
Well, if we, only wear it around your room where it's safe, we can only kind of look cool to each other, but that's still okay as long as it keeps it safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we just miss out on showing, Collisionist in May how cool we look with this hat.
They don't care if I look cool.
I think they do. Collisionist especially is like, I don't know, when you have a new like clothing item, she always seems like annoyed. But like in a good way, like she's paying attention to you.
Hmm,
She's always like,
okay.
ugh, you know? Like that way Collisionist does, where she goes like, ugh, and that means
I
I
I
love
do
you
know how
so
she goes.
much,
Ugh.
Ekino, and she goes, ugh.
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah, that's good to know. Thanks, buddy, for reminding me. I better enjoy that while I can.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if, you know, Collisionist has talked about like maybe leaving for like maybe 4 or 5 days, and um, I think that when she sees you again, she would still look at you and go, ugh, like in that way that Cal does. Don't you think so?
No.
I think so. And then you would talk to May, and you would show her a cool new item, and then she would say something like, "You look like an absolute buffoon," but she'd be laughing while she said it, and then we would all laugh, and it'd be very nice.
Yeah, no, that does sound nice. Yeah. I enjoy this. I enjoy this contentious relationship that I have with May. I don't think she does, but that doesn't matter to me.
I think she
Um,
does. I think May likes having friends.
as you should, I guess. All
Well,
right.
I will take this hat, and I will keep it somewhere safe, okay? And he
Yeah.
crawls under the bed. You see him very, like, try to reverently take it off, but his flippers are very short, and he has to, like, wiggle to get it off his head because it's stuck. And he just places it very gently under the bed in a place where nothing will happen to it. And then he comes out and goes, "Do I still look cute without the hat?"
Always. No question. Don't
Thanks,
let
Dad.
anyone ever tell you differently. If they do, they're a liar, and we should not trust them.
Sometimes I just
and
like to
if-
hear it.
Okay, but it's still true.
Sometimes I go,
I have-
I tricked you into saying I'm cute.
Oh, you could never trick me, Kekano. I'm onto your tricks.
Yeah, I know, because you're really smart. Let's go get ready and see what the others are doing.
Yes. All right. Picks him up, gives him a mwah, big kiss.
And head out. What are Cal and May doing to finish getting ready?
Are we still talking Cal down? Are we still brainstorming about how to destroy fish?
My question for you, Ellie, is would May like let Cal out of her sight or be like done with her of being like, I've had enough of this, I have to go, or would she be like, I need to monitor this woman?
I think because they're about to go on a mission, May would probably be like, I'm not letting you out of here, girlie. I reckon you're gonna make a break for it.
Alright, then yeah, no, Cal would probably just be I think Cal would realize that I think Cal would realize that May was like babysitting her, but but being unable to agree that that was not a good thing because May is probably in her mind, May is thinking, I'm gonna go over to fish and kill them, and then she was like, I mean, I can't say definitively I would not do that. So
May's in
yeah,
damage control mode.
yeah, Cal's probably just like, you know, she probably already had everything packed. She's probably gonna go to the archives, and I think at some point, especially after some time has passed of May just trailing her around, she would probably let her know about the tip she got from Crown, and just being like, Stone and I do not have the most magnanimous relationship, and I don't know Ridgeback at all. And based on my history with the other elders, he will probably grow to deeply dislike me if he does not already.
So this is after Cal's like, oh yeah, the second dawn is somehow connected to Tone and Ridgeback. Yeah, okay. I think May just kind of, in wake of Cal being like, everyone hates me, is kind of like, I can't continue with the telling you that, even though Cal isn't asking for her to be like, no, that won't happen. May is like, I can't continue like this conversation. Evelyn said, I'm sorry, so they're connected to the second dawn. Have we looked into this? Like, your assistant, Jamal, has he looked into this at all?
Well, I've asked him to do research
book research, and we did that last night. And I do feel very confident about what I've learned there and in my notebooks. But I haven't had him approach the elders, as I don't believe they would tell him that information, as he doesn't have the clearance for it.
I wish I had known this earlier, because this is something I think that we should have absolutely looked into.
Well,
before
you
this
were
mission,
working.
but only for half the day, cleric. But that's beside the point. It's done now. When we get back, I think we should perhaps approach Tone about this. I don't know if you've been.
You can do this now. I'll go do my last book learning, or like my last book research, and you can see if either of the elders is available. What?
Are you actually going to do that, or are you going to go
Yes.
assassinate Fish?
No, I will not assassinate Fish. I ran through the possibilities in my mind, and it does cause more trouble than it's worth, and I still haven't figured out how to keep Kekno alive if I killed them.
I see. Okay, well, do you pinky promise, cleric?
What does my
Yes.
have to do with anything?
No, Metal's definitely taught her this.
Yeah.
Because it's a sacred oath, cleric. The pinky promise.
Yes, the Metal has
Hmm.
told me. I've already sworn things to Metal.
Good. All right. Then like that. May like grabs Cal's pinky enthusiastically.
If you do need my assistance with the elders, contact me by the sending stone. I just assume, especially with Tone, I will be more harm than help.
Yes, it's unfortunately probably a fair assumption, cleric. Right. Also, cleric, did you say last night?
Yes. I
Are you in the
usually
habit of-
work in the evening. Yes.
Okay. Is
I
that
work into the evenings, most evenings. I only really sleep maybe about 4 hours a night.
firstly, that's not enough hours of sleep, cleric. I'm frankly shocked you're functioning. But okay, well, just I personally working late at night for a nice assistant who has some chemistry with me. I would consider that.
Oh, well, I'm sure you would know all about that.
I'm quite sure I don't know what you mean, cleric. I'm going to go speak to Tone now. May gestures and walks off. She's like, whoa!
Crosses her arms like, you gonna fucking... You wanna go? You wanna go? She doesn't say anything.
It is the verbal equivalent of Cal being like, "You want this smoke? You want to have this fight?" And
Even
me
as
going,
I was
"Nope."
saying it. Yeah, and I guess May is going to... Because May wouldn't have had contact with Ridgeback, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay. So May's going to weigh up. May's weighed up well, I did make an absolute ass out of myself in front of Toad. But Toad is a known quantity to me, so I'm just going to go back to Toad. And not ask him this question in front of a crowded room of people.
Yeah, it is possible that you exchange like a sentence, a greeting with Grand Mage Ridgeback in passing, but nothing. You don't really know him in any personal way. Actually, the person who's closest to Grand Mage Ridgeback in the sanctuary right now is Fish, because through Isle, because Isle was something of a student of his early on. You go and find Tone again. You see just very obviously that like the amount of people around him has increased. This is like,
I don't know if I want to do this actually.
this is the entire sanctuary is really like running back and forth, getting everything ready. There's way more people involved. There's things running up to him and to other administrative staff with documents and things to sign and things like that. But he catches your eye.
Oh no!
You come in because one of the reasons Tone is a good administrator is being able to like keep track of of kind of everything, juggle, and so he does see you come in, and he is in the middle of signing something and talking to somebody, and you see that he just raises a finger to say hello, and then you feel the psychic knock, essentially, of starting a psychic conversation, and you realize that he is absolutely able to read the document, talk to this person, and also have a separate psychic conversation with you at the same time.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say before May actually walks in, I was going to ask in community, actually, do we think this is a good idea right now? May would, but also I don't want to. I will have her have second thoughts, and I think I can reasonably come up with reasons for why she would have second thoughts if we're actually like, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Why not piss off all the elders?
Yeah, I kind of don't want to do that. Ink, what do you reckon? He's off somewhere.
Patrick has shamed me too many times for not pursuing this conversation that I think we have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to at all, but
fuck
I think
you!
It would be,
you brought it up every
I think
day
it would be
for the
really
past,
interesting.
3 weeks.
No, I think it would be really interesting. It's a lore thing. You can absolutely like get through without knowing the lore. It may fuck you in the long run, but also, depending on how this conversation goes, maybe it fucks you in the short run too.
Well, yeah, part of me is like, maybe this would be better to wait until we get back, actually, when presumably things might have died down? What do you guys reckon?
I go for it. High risk, high reward.
True. Ink, what do you reckon?
Also, you already fucked up with the also it's the rebarbs.
Okay.
Oh
If
yeah,
nothing
true.
else- If nothing else, you have to go in there and ask for a detailed physical description for your next art.
May just like peeping around the corner, doing the up and down. Okay. Trying to think of them. I think if May approaches it from a perspective of like, you may have information that perhaps you weren't able to give at the meeting because people of a lower rank were there. I'm asking so respectfully and not at all suspiciously. Perhaps.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, you have silvery barbs in your other one, so you can roll like persuasion and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, don't be too worried about like, what if I fuck all of this? Because I'm like, you are the one with the build to be able to finagle.
Yeah. Okay. And when you said we're probably not going to have a fight in this session, are we, Patrick? I would love a short rest to regain what spell points you may use.
I will say, first of all, does May get spell points back on a short rest? That might.
Oh yeah, shit. She might not. Yeah.
You do know from the itinerary you were given that there is going to be some travel involved. So between like checking in with everybody and the actual travel time and things, it's a kind of like. You, Ellie, do not know this, but very early on, the group was taking a train ride that was supposed to be nothing and like had an incident, like including combat on the train ride. And so something could always happen. It's always possible. But at least in like the itinerary right now, you should have more than enough time to get essentially a long rest between actually setting out and like having to be anywhere near potential combatants.
Okay. In that case, I'm actually basically cast Fortunate Soul on herself.
Okay, you use your Fortunate Soul.
Just in case, because I would have cast it anyway.
Okay,
rude.
you got 1 hour to for the next hour you have the ability to give yourself an extra d20 once. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So Tone knocks, knock knock.
Yeah.
And May is really May lets him in, and is already projecting an air of like really meek, like, I'm so sorry to bother you again. I know I was just here making a fool of myself. And what she says is, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, Administrator, but the Cleric Denier mentioned something to me that I thought maybe you might have some more information that would be beneficial to us before we go on the mission. I'm terribly sorry. Do you have time just for a quick, hopefully quick conversation?
Of course, Arcanist. Yes, if it's important for the mission, I can make time. Has the news been broken to Detective Fish about their new appointment?
Yes. The news has been broken.
Everything has been handled on that point?
Yes, I have managed the team on that front.
Good.
The tone she's giving when she says that is like, it's bad, but you don't have to worry about it yet.
It seems like he cares more that it's done and it's not like immediately blowing up. Like you're not running back to him to go, we're actually breaking up and not going on this mission because we're fighting about Fish being in charge. He's kind of like, I have more important things to deal with. Is this actively on fire? No. Okay.
Smoldering. Embers, but yeah. And they will go, well, the cleric mentioned to me that after her encounter with Grand Mage Crown, that he mentioned that you might have a connection of sorts to the origin of the Second Dawn. I want to emphasize here that I am receiving this information secondhand, and don't have any more information on that. And I was simply hoping that you might be able to perhaps give us a better expectation of what we might encounter. And I say this not because I think you necessarily were deliberately withholding information, but perhaps at the briefing there were people of a lower clearance who might not have been able to receive that information. And I understand when you're very busy that it might have slipped your mind that it might have been useful to us. And I'm rambling. Apologies, Administrator. I am a bit nervous.
As you are communicating this, with mental communication, especially with someone of this power, it's not just like the words you're thinking, it's also kind of like emotions and impressions and things like that. And as you are communicating to this, are you looking at Tone?
I can't remember when May rolled with the mask stuff. She couldn't figure out it was specifically connected to mind control stuff. All she figured out was that whatever Tone's got going on is super powerful, and he's trying to stop it affecting other people. Was that right?
Yes, you got the sense that like you weren't like May wasn't like totally sold on being like it's still like it's like a power dampener, but May got enough of the symbols and like magic flow to be like, that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah, okay. So in that case, she's been like standing very like professionally. However, like she's speaking, she's still standing very professionally and like, I'm within my rights to ask this question. If you don't like it, then that's another conversation. But like, if you have something important, we need to know for this mission. And so, because she's behaving in a professional and like confident manner, she does make eye contact, and I hope that doesn't fuck her. I want to say, like, even despite everything Metal said about like Tone having something to do with her family's death, May be like, fuck the sanctuary in a lot of ways, but she also recognizes that there is nuance to situations, and she doesn't necessarily think Tone is secretly about to kill her. So it's not like she's
There's a lot of nuance to things, especially in ways that Metal is not necessarily like recognizing or sensitive enough to.
I mean, I think Tone's gonna wipe May's memory. Yeah. Do I need to roll a persuasion?
You do need to roll a persuasion. Yes.
All right. That's an 8.
Okay. I will tell you that the time to choose whether to use your Fortunate Soul is between
Right now. Yeah.
between rolling and if I tell you what the
Oh
result is
shit.
or not.
Yep.
So same with
rolls again.
things
So you
like
can't say it in hindsight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's doing it now.
same thing with like silvery barbs or things like that. It's like you have until I start to like describe what
Okay.
happened out of that roll that you go, actually no.
Yeah, okay, no, I'm already gonna re-roll. But if this roll is worse, is that the roll that gets chosen?
No.
Okay.
Fortunate Soul,
I'll choose
uh,
which of the d20s to use, yeah.
yeah, Fortunate Soul, you just roll another one and choose whichever one's better.
Oh baby, please. That is better, that's a 12.
As you are saying this to Tone, I think you first kind of like look down a little bit and like kind of a little bit embarrassment of like, oh, I'm gonna bring up this sensitive topic. Oh, okay, nope, we'll be professional. And as you look up and make eye contact, you realize that you can't hear the crowd of people anymore, and they're still talking, they're still moving, and it's silent for you. And you can start to hear a high-pitched whine in your ear, getting louder and louder and louder as Tone has turned away from his conversation and is directly making eye contact with you from across the room. And you can just start to see a little bit of an orange glow coming from behind his
My art was correct.
beads. And in this moment of tension with your 12, he turns, mouths something to the person who is speaking to him, walks over to you, face to face. You can see him breathe in and breathe out. And all of a sudden, the sound crashes back into your ears as the light fades. And he says, verbally, "And how exactly did you come by this information?"
Patrick, can I ask you, would May have any clue what that sort of magic was? Or would she understand that was a significant threat?
It was, yeah, I think give me an Arcana check
Okay.
to be more specific.
Yeah.
The DC isn't high for like very basic information, but
It's a 17.
with a 17, it's entirely like psychic barometric pressure of just being like a very powerful psychic focused all of his attention on you for a brief moment, and your brain didn't really know how to process that.
Okay,
It was
cool.
not even like necessarily that he was being like, I'm doing this effect to you. It was just
Okay.
that psychically you were in the high beams for a moment.
Okay, cool. Can May connect the dots now with like that's why he has
Yes.
the mask? Yeah, cool.
I think with a 17 is also enough to be like, oh, this is what his full attention feels like psychically, and I can still feel that it is dulled by the mask he wears.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, so what exactly did Toad say again?
He says, how exactly did you come by this information?
And he says it in a very intense way, doesn't he?
A very, like, matter-of-fact voice.
Okay.
You can see that he seems very, like, kind of, like, ignoring everything else that's happening around him, and by body language alone, nobody is approaching him anymore for the moment.
Okay. May, who may have obviously recognized that she is now, like, in the presence of someone she already knew was powerful, but like, oh, he's powerful. Okay. But has also been, has dealt with powerful, intimidating men before. Raises her chin, not in a threatening way, but in like, I am not going to be cowed, and says, if you are, well, administrator, like I said, the cleric, during her encounter with Grand Mage Crown, I believe that he, in the midst of his episode, shall we call it, for lack of a better word, divulged this information in a very volatile and emotional manner, I will say. So I don't think it was intended, nor do I think that it was particularly nuanced. But the connection was implied. Strongly. Very strongly. And then May's not going to say anything, she's just going to wait.
All right, cool. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Ooh, okay, sorry, hang on a sec. Okay. It's a 4.
Okay.
Can you roll that one, or can you only do it once?
I can only do it once.
Yeah.
Oh,
I could do silvery barbs, but like, maybe I should do it. Actually, it's only one
Silvery
cost.
barbs, I believe, make somebody re-roll.
Oh,
Tony's not
yeah.
rolling anything in this
Okay.
moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, never mind.
You
First
can
name you
silvery
got-
barbs your own. Isn't
Can
that
you?
true?
Let's look up
Let's look it up.
look at the boarding.
Getting my fucking
A
rules lawyer
a
out.
creature I can see succeeds on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. I mean, I can see myself, but like, I don't know if that's the intent necessarily.
Let's look at the Googles.
Oh, one reaction you can see when a creature you can see succeeds on,
Oh, okay.
on an attack roll.
Oh,
ability
okay,
check, or
okay,
saving
okay.
Never
That
mind.
makes
So
sense.
that's
Gotcha.
how it doesn't work on you, unless you were like purposely trying to fail something.
No.
Also, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm confused because Brennan deliberately breaks the rules of silvery barbs.
Yes. Because his players like to have fun with it. You don't feel anything different about this conversation. You feel the same, pride, the same kind of like a little bit of rebellion to authority, the same, I'm not backing down in any way. But Tone says to you very quietly, Arcanist Gladly, Junior Arcanist Gladly, it is unfortunate that you came by this information, as it is something above your clearance. However, I do think that this is important for your fellows to know. If you would gather the detectives for higher clearance and come speak with myself and the Grand Mage about it, I would be appreciative.
Look,
Now,
actually, just to confirm. Oh, sorry, on.
what you feel in the back of your mind, something that May herself is not consciously aware of, is a compulsion to obey exactly what he has said to you. You do not have a choice. It feels entirely like your own idea, just full inception. It is your own natural thoughts saying, he's right. I don't know this guy very well. I haven't been here that long. I don't really have the clearance for this, but it seems like I'm also being invited to this meeting. I guess I should go get backup from the other detectives, and then we'll have a meeting. And he finally says, and I would appreciate it if you did not share this information with anyone. And that echoes in your mind, and you can feel essentially the effect of you are not going to be able to speak this information to anyone else. He did not take it from your mind, but he is giving you a compulsion to not talk about it.
Okay, but May doesn't actually consciously recognize that.
It
Cool.
genuinely may rationalize it however it is possible for her. It is just entirely like, I mean, I don't want to be spilling Sanctuary's secrets, especially when they're not about to do this big operation. You know, it's really important. I don't want to interrupt things. I don't want to cause problems. The compulsion is very deep-seated in your mind in such a way that all aspects of it feel very natural to you.
Okay.
Feel like your own thoughts.
In that case, May is really relieved that he isn't one-hit KOing her, and also kind of a little bit puffed up that he would choose to involve her in this. So she, goes, I understand, Administrator Tone. I appreciate your involving me in this. I will go fetch the others immediately. And then May will just leave.
This is a...
Unless, sorry, Tone says something.
He dismisses you and walks across the room to speak very quietly to the Grand Mage before kind of going back to work for a moment. As you leave the room and go find the others to bring them to this meeting, the sound of the crowd fades a little bit behind you. And in context, this is an ability that very high-level sensitives of this kind have, and because of Tone and his stats, the DC for this is 19.
Fucking hell.
That's not even Rumble super specializing on truth magic. He gets kind of cheats where the DC, some of the math is doubled, so it's a super high DC. This is entirely natural, just his stats, DC 19. Which means DC 14 is what you would have to hit to not only follow the compulsion, but ever realize that it was used on you in the first place.
Jesus. All right.
And if
I had a shenanigan I wanted to do.
Yeah, May can find you in the middle of the shenanigan. I also just realized.
I also want to be in the middle of a shenanigan.
Yeah.
Oh, Rini, would you like to do your shenanigan first?
Oh, well, let's wrap this bit with May rolling, and then I can do a very brief shenanigan.
Also, with the special abilities that is had by being a very high-level sensitive of this kind, you would, if he had failed to compel you, you would have had to roll a 24 to realize that he had tried.
Fucking hell.
Tone is very powerful and chooses not to use his powers the vast majority of the time because he considers them low-key evil.
Love that! I love Tone. He's growing on me quite a bit.
Yes, you walk away from this meeting and go find the others. What are the others doing in this moment?
Oh, did you do your roll?
My roll for what?
The one that had the DC 19?
Oh,
that already happened.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had to do it again just to realize once you were out of his aura.
Nope.
Okay. Patrick, with what you think on this,
You're entirely and completely under this compulsion for at least 24 hours. After that point, you could have realized you were under a compulsion if you had rolled high enough.
Patrick, if this is good with you, I think it would be very funny to cut mid-conversation with Cal and Jamal in the archives after she summoned him with the compass. Basically her going, and another thing. So they're making Fish the leader.
Oh, I mean, I really think you would be kind of best for that. You know, you've got a lot of you got like a lot of skills that I think you're very talented. Um, Fish seems like they have certain talents too, mostly kind of like talking to people. It seems
What
like,
ta-
but I mean
How
maybe
would
that's
that be
not like a
rel-
leadership thing, you know?
No. And you know what they said? They were like, I. So Metal quit today, and then they said that they were glad Metal quit so they could be the leader. Cal knows this is not like a fucking
My
uh
God.
good, like honest portrayal of Fish's feelings. She's aware, but when you get like high on ranting about someone and therefore you're like the nuance, it's gone.
Cal is also shit talking with her boyfriend, so
Yeah. They're in like a dark corner. I know. So those little like green lamps you always see in law libraries, I'm saying that and I have no Okay, hey, thank you. They're in Legally Blonde. I'm like, that's a cultural point.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining them at a table with one of the green little lamps and then Cal's like head has like closest she's ever gotten her face to Jamal's, but with the veil because she's just trying to like shit talk whisper as angrily, but quietly, but angry.
God, I can't believe they said that. Wow, I mean, is that like reason to be like, hey, we told Fish that they were in charge and they said this? Is that like maybe we can't we can make them unin charge, like complain?
Tone wouldn't care.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that happened. That really sucks. To like lays a hand on your hand.
No,
That's
and they
it's really awful.
May is trying to act like this is what that I have to be the one to do all of the accommodating and that I'm being immature because I'm rightfully outraged. Of course, she doesn't have a talk with Fish about proper decorum. It's just me.
Well, I mean, I sometimes feel like when people talk to me about like, hey, you need to change this behavior, it's also kind of like, thank you, because you're recognizing that I'm like mature and responsible enough to like be in charge of my own behavior. I don't know Fish as well as you do. I freely admit that. But like from what I've seen so far, just like maybe not totally, like maybe kind of like perceptive about themselves, not the way you are about yourself.
I mean, if you're trying to say whether or not they are completely hopeless, I mean, often I think that. But
I mean, I maybe wasn't gonna put it exactly like that, but yeah, basically.
No, I don't know. And then I have to put up with this, and then I have to deal with all of the comments they've been making. And again, I'm the only one expected to be able to handle it and be mature about it, so I have to deal with all of it.
And then at this point, May is coming in the room and going, Collisions, there you are.
yeah, I didn't need that to be a full scene. I just thought it'd be funny to have it be like a comic cut mid rant.
Oh, we actually going to do a little...
Yeah,
Okay,
Miss Ma'am.
yeah. All right. Does May look in any way dazed, Patrick? Or is she just totally looking normal with how this compulsion works?
Totally normal.
Devastating. All right.
If it
May's...
was so genuinely, mechanically, if Tone was like 10 levels lower than he is, your friends could have known if you were under a compulsion with a high enough insight check. They cannot because he is so high level. It is not possible.
All right. Noted. Okay. in that case, May walks in. I presume sees
Oh
Jamal
no!
as.
Wait, hold on. That is
Oh.
not true. That is not true. Everybody has disadvantage to try and figure it out, which does mean that mathematically,
Unlikely.
Cal would already have to know something is wrong and be like, "What's up with you?" and like actively make an insight check about trying to see if you were charmed.
All right. Well, I guess May walking in, and I presume seeing Jamal and Cal, kind of cozy up in the corner. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. May, between the compulsion and Cal clapping back, Reese Sinner is going to very tactfully not make a comment, even though it's super obvious, and clear her throat and go, excuse me, Claire, sorry to interrupt. Steadfastly not looking at Jamal very pointedly.
It's so funny because when you come up, Jamal is totally like, "Oh, hi, Arcanist Gladly," and you're just kind of like looking at Cal while Jamal is like, "Okay."
I mean, like, they would be like, yes, hello, but like, I'm not getting drawn into another county argument with the cleric. Sorry, really go on.
Oh, she just like tilts up her head, realizes maybe that she was about to bonk into Jamal's forehead doing that, and then pulls way back.
May maybe raises an eyebrow, but that's it. And then May will say, we need to find Fish, and we need to, the three of us, go to speak with Administrator Tone immediately.
Is that for the reasons you went to speak to Tone, or are we
Yes.
in a new problem? All right. Well, we can't receive worse news today, so.
Apologies. Sorry, what's it? It's archivist, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies, archivist, but this is unfortunately a confidential matter directly relating to the mission.
Oh, yeah, I understand, Arcanist Gladly. Thank you. I'm just, here to do my work, so I'll keep grinding at the books, as they say. Yes, yeah. Don't worry about me.
Does he say that to Cal? The "don't worry about me" bit?
It's like looking between the two of you, who kind of be like, "Don't worry about me. It's okay.
Okay.
Go do your thing."
And May, so pointedly again, as she walks out with Cal, does not say anything about Jamal, besides the raised brow.
Does Jamal like have like poignant eye contact or a wave or anything as Cal like gets up to go?
I think Jamal is kind of like looking down at his paperwork and then like shooting a glance to Cal and like looking down at his paperwork and like shooting a glance to Cal, like, is she gonna say goodbye? Is she gonna say something before she goes?
Can May roll an insight for this? I want her to observe.
Probably, yeah.
It's shit. She's under the
Flustered.
she's under the magic of it all. That's a 4.
Yeah. Nope.
Tragic. All right.
Yeah, Cal just says,
Good luck with your work.
Au revoir.
Cal nods very deeply and then fully turns her body as fully away from Jamal as she can and walks too quickly past May.
Actually, May will say something that I think is a reasonable thing to say, but she will only say what's around the library. And what she says is, she like leans over to Cal and says, "Oh, he's learning French now, is he?" That's what she says.
It's the second most common language in Canada.
But he didn't speak it before, did he?
I did. I have no idea. I'm sure. I'm pretty. It's taught in mortal schools here, as I've been told.
I see. Well, good on him for pursuing knowledge.
Cal goes, "Are you done?"
I suppose I am now cleric, yes.
And you go off to find Fish. What is Fish in the middle of doing?
Shenanigan.
Okay. I would like to roll investigation, possibly with advantage with Kekano helping. For
What are you
Fish
trying to investigate?
to locate fuck off. um cigarettes.
Cigarettes?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, that would be an investigation roll with advantage.
Thank
Because
you.
Kekano is using his smells.
Okay, out of stress. No, to look cool.
Mm-hmm.
16.
16, you are searching around. You check in with like kind of normal purveyors of goods in the sanctuary. You go to the cafeteria and check and be like, hey, do you have any like cigarettes in storage? And they're like, no. And you just kind of like check around with a couple people. A number of people are like, basically like sometimes we do have cigarettes like for sale, but we're kind of all out right now. But with a 16, you are passing past the training area where the sides are located. They have their own little like campus in a corner of the
I'm so
sanctuary.
sorry. I'm
Mhm.
sorry. Noodle, I'm in a fucking scene. He's about to attack Shinobi. I'm so
Mhm.
you
It's okay.
this is unacceptable. I can't go under these conditions.
And he goes, "Have you seen my butthole?"
Proceed.
You are passing by kind of the entrance to the encampment that the Sais live and train and work in. When you and Kekano both kind of smell a little something, and as you head in, first stopped by security at the door, but because you are a detective, you instantly get past. You run into a friend acquaintance of Metals, Scythe Dirk.
Hey, Dirk.
Oh, uh, hello, Fish. How's the detective game treating you?
Well, we're playing fast and loose. Did you get the news?
Yeah, I did. It's I don't know what she's thinking. I, I've Metal told me a lot about her aunt. None of it was good, in my opinion. Not, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't really think there was anything that would bring her back around. And honestly, I didn't necessarily think it was great to be in as close contact as they were. I had some family stuff, and I don't talk to that family anymore.
Oh yeah, no. Once you get out of there, you gotta get out of there.
Sometimes
this
there's no going
isn't.
back home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't a criticism of Metal. But I just don't think that she fully had the metal. That's not funny. To go no contact.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably right. but then again, you know, who are we to make that call? Especially when you don't really have a lot of living family left, I guess. Anyway, sorry, you're probably here for work. Did you need something?
Yeah. Could I get a smoke off you?
Oh yeah, sorry, you can probably smell it on the uniform. I actually just stepped outside because of the news. Yeah, let's he takes out a pack from a breast pocket and he knocks out 2 cigarettes, both of which he gives to you, and he takes a moment to actually take one and bend down to Kekino and go, Kekino, these are bad for you, okay? I don't ever want to see you smoking these, alright? It's very important.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
worry. I'm not gonna let him. And also, like, he's a magical construct. I don't think he can really be affected. But like, no, totally with
That's
you.
a good point. I don't really know how that works, but you know, just in case. Yep. I know
Yeah, and like,
I know you'll watch him, but Kekino, not even when Fish isn't around, you know? Alright.
yeah, won't do it when we're in the car and he's in the back seat. Yeah, I got you. Jack, you good? You need someone to talk to?
Right now I'm just kind of focusing on this mission, you know, getting everyone rolled out. I'll be with the Grand Mage's forces, and you know, after the war, never good seeing potential conflict. So I'm just focused on that right now. But I appreciate it. Maybe we can chat after I get back.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Best of luck to you. Be safe and kick ass.
Always. All right. See you, Fish.
So yeah.
I just wanted to really quickly say, in this time period, lots of people knew cigarettes were unhealthy for you. There was this like big backlash once it was like you're not allowed to smoke anymore. A bunch of people were like, "It's fine. We did it all the time. Don't take away my freedom." There was genuinely, it was pretty common knowledge at the time that it was like yeah, smoking has like health benefits and it has health drawbacks, kind of in the same like way we regard coffee currently. It wasn't like there wasn't this view of like smoking is entirely good for you until the you know cigarette industry like really cranked out the propaganda machine once there started being that pushback to it. Yeah, there's a reason people like decided to do studies on the health effects of cigarettes, is because people knew. They didn't think like it was guaranteed to kill you in kind of the way they do now, but people knew it wasn't necessarily the greatest.
How about that cat fight, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I don't mind. It is still really funny seeing your boys, you know, trying to kill each other, and then my cats having their very lovely scuffles before they then start licking
Sitting
each
on the
other and being
toilet together?
friends again.
Yeah.
Yeah, sitting on the toilet together, performing rituals.
Yeah, what? Can you hear that?
Nope.
Okay,
It's getting
Noodle.
filtered out.
He's just going around announcing like I won.
Mhm.
I assume.
Yeah.
All right. Cigarettes successfully acquired.
Mhm.
Fish tucks one behind their ear. I'll use my tablet pen for that. And the other one goes in jacket pocket.
Mm-hmm. And where do the others find you as you're completing this mission?
Heading back from the compound.
Okay. You turn the corner and see Fish right as Kekino goes,
Dad, why can't I smoke a cigarette?
Because it's bad.
Like, is it like stealing bad or like lying bad?
Stealing bad.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I won't do it then. I won't smoke cigarettes. Collisionist, I'm not gonna smoke cigarettes.
Oh, hey guys. No, I'm sorry. I have to be professional now. Hello, team.
So, because May rolled and knows that Fish is behaving this way out of fear, May's going to play along with it and goes, and she immediately stops short, hand up into a salute, and says, "Hello, boss."
They love it. They
It's so
actually
obvious she's taking the piss, though. But like,
no, but like
Yeah.
immediately it's like, oh, you fucking get me, like you know, just like fuck yes.
May's had the insight now. She's like, "Oh, they're a scared little guy." Okay. All right, I can work with that.
Yeah. What does Cal say? If anything, nothing.
Cal just crosses her arms, glowers under the veil, but is not actively trying to wage war.
At ease gladly. Well, what's up? What you guys looking at me for?
I've just Administrator Tone has requested that we meet with him immediately. Vis-a-vis of yes.
Well, we do need to liaise with the higher ups. I suppose we can make time. Let's head on.
Yeah. As they walk, May is going to like lean over to Fish and say, Fish, I hope you take this with the utmost respect, but I think for this meeting you had probably not try to antagonize the man.
Fish rolls inside, actually.
Yeah, sure. He's not hiding it.
What are you trying to get out of this insight roll?
Is she like? Should they be really like? It's for gauging their reaction. Like, like, is it going to be like, yeah, okay, sure, or oh,
Is it like,
fuck,
oh,
jeez.
this is scary? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Insight. Yeah. 7.
Oh, May! At it again!
Yeah. You always take things too seriously. You don't know Tone like I do. I made him a sandwich once that made a bunch of other people throw up, but Tone seemed to really like, and eats it all the time. And honestly, we're buds.
Yeah, doesn't say this, but is very much like, nah, you just met him. You don't know that he can actually take a lot of hits, and also I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm hilarious anyway. So I will take that with a grain of salt rather than any respect.
Yep. Theft.
Wow.
May tried.
Yep. May tried. You head back into the sort of Council of Elders area where everybody seems to be congregating, and a lot of people running in and out with files and things like that. You don't see Tone, but there is a administrative assistant who is just like, "Oh yes, the administrator asked for you all to head on back into the offices. I am to direct you to Grand Mage Ridgeback's office, if you'll follow me."
Oh yeah. May, have you met him yet?
Ridgeback. Very, very briefly. I've not really had any meaningful interaction with the man.
Do you know what his magic is?
Else may know what his magic is, Patrick?
Give me a history check.
Okay. That is a 16.
16, he's kind of decently famous for who he is. He's not like shy with his magic the way some other people of his discipline is. He is a child of the bear. So he is he shapeshifts into different animals, specializing in a bear, and I think now that Fish is like bringing it up, you're kind of like, when I did see him, he was kind of like a bear-like man.
Yeah.
Weird how that
works. I guess. Oh yes, he's a shapeshifter. Yes, bear. I want to say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, they can do all sorts of ones, but they then have like their chosen family, kind of basically. Did you ever know what Isles was? She was a moose.
A moose.
Yeah.
That makes sense. She did headbutt Cinna with antlers.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm telling you this so that you're prepared, and also because I want to gossip for a second and say I'm pretty sure he fucked a bear.
Was the bear also a shapeshifter?
Does it matter?
I think it does, Fish. I think it matters quite significantly, actually.
I mean, he was a bear at the time.
In physical form, maybe.
Can a bear meaningfully give consent, even if it is with another bear? The entire time you're having this conversation, as you're walking through the room, the administrative assistant is close enough to hear this and is very pointedly, like, not listening.
And Fish drops it as soon as they brought it up, like as easily as they brought it up, just like, hey, I don't want to worry about it. Anyway, let's go.
As you head back into the private area of the Council of Elders, there is there is a little bit of a like mental divide between this very big public area with the tables and the chairs and like the seat of the elders power, and this, which is um uh, where the council lives and works for the most part. It's a lot of small individual offices. May has not come back here before, but Fish has been in once or twice, and two actually this office. And Cal, I think, has probably been here once when she was first kind of being introduced around. But there is a just kind of branching hallway, and as the assistant leads you through, eventually leads you to a door a little bit nicer than the others, kind of very nice relief carvings in the wood that just make it like slightly fancier than the other doors around it, and a nameplate next to it in engraved brass saying um, Grand Mage's office. And he knocks very softly and politely, and then gives you all a nod and steps away as the door opens. You find yourself looking into a place that is very familiar to Fish. Spent some hours here visiting with Isle. A small fire in a fireplace that never seems to need more wood or go out. Um, like hunting trophies and some animal heads, as well as random collections of some weaponry and objects and things like that. Um, I think your first impression is kind of that of like, this is somebody's like office, but also there is somebody who is like either the office holder or somebody else is being like, I am also kind of like arranging this to impress a little bit. There's a little bit of like professionalism to it in a way that you're probably familiar with. It's like the difference between going into May's colleagues' offices when they're like a very famous archaeologist versus like somebody who really likes to get their hands in the dirt. Like the latter is just like piled with books and junk and like stuff, and it's clearly a workspace, while the former is like, oh, well, I have my trinkets, but it's nice, it's airy, it's got seating and things like that. This is very much the former, although it probably feels a little strained at the edges because the owner is very much someone who wants it to be the latter. And as you are all ushered in, you see that the Grand Mage is standing with his back to you all, looking into the fireplace. Still has his large claymore strapped to his back and kind of like his battle armor as he's getting ready to go out with the others and potentially see combat. And Administrator Tone is sitting in one of the guest chairs before a very large, like solid slab desk, just organizing papers and shuffling things in. Welcome. Please come in and have a seat.
Administrator, Grand Mage, great to see you both. Fish sits.
Fish, good to see you.
May just nods and comes in and sits down. She knows she's lucky to be not mind wiped.
Grand Mage kind of like rolls his shoulders like he's preparing for something difficult and goes to sit behind his desk. Administrator Tone stands up and walks over to him and just very quietly laying a hand on his shoulder. Are you sure you don't meet me for this? Yeah, this is my problem to deal with. Why don't you just step out? Of course, Grand Mage. And he gives you all a nod, and he leaves. Is Cal and May also sit down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cal will probably just go like Grand Mage and then sit down.
Cleric. It is, Fish, it is weird to see you in here. I keep thinking Isle's gonna be, behind me, gonna jump out, something like that.
Yeah, it's it is odd. Well, there's
I miss our
still
talks.
opportunity in the future.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We'll get her back eventually. She hasn't finished her training.
Yes. Anyway, what's all this about?
Well, you see, the problem with getting new detective teams is, well, you're detectives. You want to pull out all the skeletons in the closet, and fortunately, because you're new, you don't already know what the skeletons are.
I think he's Irish.
Skullduggery. That is.
That's the fucker.
I met him one time. He was such an asshole, in a really great way. But I was like, ha ha ha! I want to strangle you. Reminds me
Well,
of
it
you,
wouldn't do
actually,
you any
just
good.
a little bit. Right? Yeah. Maybe grind the bones with my hands. But anyway, we're getting off topic.
I don't think Cal says anything but God. She's like, no, wait, my special interest.
Oh wait, come back. You've seen him? Are the bones starting to yellow? Or are they sort of like preserved? Or no? Okay, we're moving on. All right. I think just with the passive insight you all have, you can see that Ridgeback is like knowing he needs to have a difficult conversation and kind of purposefully avoiding it with kind of small talk and things like that.
And the problem is that Fish will indulge him.
Yeah, Fish absolutely will, which is why they and Ridgeback get along so well. Just chat, swap stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, Isle was always the one being like, okay, you've been talking about like what the animal means to me for a while now. When are you going to like teach me better ways to like grow claws while I'm fighting? While Fish was just like, yeah, let's chat. which is why they were pretty much always invited to the meetings, even though they weren't training. They just kind of tagged along, and Ridgeback didn't kick them out. Ridgeback looks at each of you in turn, and then settles his eyes on May and says, Arkness Gladly, what I'm about to discuss with my detectives is something of a very sensitive nature, and is known by very few. So I would ask for your utmost discretion. Is that clear?
Of course, Grand Mage.
Good. Maybe with an attitude like that, we'll get you installed more permanently on this team. If you want to, of course. Where was I? Oh, right. Deep Dark Secrets. The Second Dawn. You know, it's interesting. They're called that because they are waiting for a dawn of a new age. So they call it one where mortals know about us, know about magic, and have a little more say over our world, what we do, what we take care of. Yeah, it was Michael's idea. Second Dawn was founded by a, well, I guess you could say a friend named Michael Holmes. What you have to understand was the war was messy and horrible, and we were looking for a way to win any way we could. And there's always been mortals that fell between the cracks. Ones that sensitives didn't find, saw something and never got wiped, and with the war on, that happened more and more often. We think about the war as how it affected us, but we don't really give much thought to how it affected the mortals too. And there were plenty affected. Cut down by Malevolence people, or crushed by ogres and goblins working for them, or just people and things let loose, not kept in check, because everyone was off doing their own thing. Michael was, well, he's someone with a vision, so he didn't take that lying down. He gathered up a bunch of other mortals who knew about us, who had been affected by it, and some that he informed, and he created his own little militia. One of the few mortal components of the war. The First Dawn, in hindsight. Just called it the Dawn then. And he fought. He and the others fought. Pretty successfully, I will say. You know, a lot of hit and run tactics, striking at Malevolence forces between disappearing into the mortal society. Lots of family, relatives to give them supplies and hide out. I first met him a couple years after he started doing this. I and some others, and well, we were desperate, so we made it official. Him and his people were our allies during the war. We would give them targets, we would give them info, and we had essentially a small mortal army. And in exchange, we supplied them with weapons of our manufacture, enchanted weapons, expertise. We gave them advisors and strategists, mages who knew what the enemy was capable of. And we made promises. Promises that once the war was over, they would get their new dawn. That we would reveal ourselves, and mages and mortals would be on more equal footing.
You know, those kinds of promises.
Yeah. There were a lot of promises made during the war, and very few of them were followed up on. And this one especially. As the war shifted, Michael and his people got pinned down, battered, destroyed, and we had our own battlefields. It wasn't my call, but we abandoned them. No contact for 6 years. Battered the whole time. Finally, the war ends. We get in touch with them again, and they're pissed, obviously, as they should be. But things have gotten so much more complicated. With Mevlin gone, general scattering, only the cleanup left, and start of the sanctuaries. I wasn't Grand Mage yet at this time, you understand. This was Grand Mage Crown's show, and in coordination with the other leaders, our allies during the war, some of the other sanctuaries, they said, "No, sir. Absolutely not. Mortals and magic will stay separate forever. We cannot allow this." And so, to my regret, I gave the order to dispatch the sensitives to track them down and wipe them. And some of them succeeded, and not all of them. Michael ended up dying to a pack of harpies that they were clearing out from a forest in Northern California, and his baby girl Celeste took over. I guess that's when the second dawn started. But they never forgave us, and they decided that if we weren't going to give them what they asked for, they were going to take it. And I can't say that I particularly blame them. But we made our choice. And it's not just us we need to worry about. There's always the chance that with magic revealed to the world, we would be overwhelmed, slaughtered. And I knew that Michael wouldn't do that. But I was outvoted. And I don't know what Celeste would or would not do. Sorry. Old stories. Any of you want a drink or anything?
Oh, sure.
He goes over to a little sideboard and pours you a finger of whiskey and one for himself that he immediately shoots back and then fills again.
May raises her hand politely for one, please.
Yeah.
Oh, when Ridgeback mentioned Crown, Fish looked at Cal for a minute and then eventually looked back at him.
Ridgeback hands a glass to May, comes back and sits behind his desk. What is Cal doing in this moment?
I think Cal is very straight back listening. I think she would have pulled out her notebook, but like kind of read the tone of the conversation and not actually have like started writing anything. And then when everybody is getting drinks, she's not going to get one unless I think she feels like peer pressured by the group.
Ridgeback would not do that. Fish might.
Yeah.
Fish doesn't. In fact, they, like give Kirkano a look. Like, you can go sit with her.
I also want to sit with you, though. Hold on.
He kind of like tries to stretch out, so he's got like one flipper on Cal's like lap while most of him is still with Fish.
This is an entirely mental exchange. You can sit with me anytime. You should take advantage of time with her while you can.
Okay, Dad. I don't really understand what's happening, but everybody's very sad. Do you think telling Cal about the hat would cheer her up?
She probably wouldn't like it.
She wouldn't like pictures of me in a big hat?
Not that kind of hat. It's not her style.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll crawl on over then. Fabric drapery. Mannequins.
I
Someone
think
will go-
Cal, even like despite the mention of Crown, and I do think Cal is very used to authority figures fucking up big time, so she's not that really shook by it.
May's actually really shook by it, actually.
Yeah.
She's gonna hide it better, but
Roll to hide.
Roll to hide.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. No, genuinely give me a deception check.
12.
Like, keep your feelings inside.
Specifically, she's shaken because it's like she's reminded again that like the two worlds that she loves can never really meet. And also the fact that could have been her, that could have been her parents, like mortal she knew and cared about.
Yeah.
Etc.
No, it's also being like, May's parents were a little more normy, but if like, a dig was attacked and May's like parents and diggers were blown up by like someone working for Malevolent, May would also probably have like more actively joined the war, and so it's kind of like, well, I understand why someone would do that.
Yeah, I think it probably resonates a bit more than she's comfortable with. Like a real sense of I don't fucking blame them. Like, but anyway, yeah. So she rolled a 12. I don't know if that beats you.
He also rolled a 12 on his insight, so he can like kind of notice that she's a little shaken and holding it in, but doesn't like fully get the depth of her feelings. But he acknowledges it and looks at May and the rest of you, and it's just like, yeah, something. Tone told me way back in the day, we always plant the seeds of our own destruction. We fucked up. We could have been good. Could have kept our promises. We could have helped. And we didn't. And now they're attacking our people. Looking to kill us. And trying to break everything we've created.
May's gonna do her shot. She's barely tastes it. Sets it back on the table, and says, "Grand Mage, you mentioned Celeste. What can you tell us about her? What sort of magic does she use? If she uses magic at all. What are we getting ourselves into in terms of a fight?"
Michael was immortal, so Celeste. lost her mom young in the attack that made Michael form the group. Grew up in, war camps on the move. Not really sure she understands life without conflict, but, I haven't seen her since she was 10, maybe. At least based on the reports, some of our advisors and such defected them when they became the Second Dawn. And they've been attracting enemies of the Sanctuary ever since. So, I assume she is at least somewhat understanding of mages and what they require. I would expect that she is not knowledgeable of magic, and her operatives have shown a impressive ability to counteract or neutralize certain magics. Our team here ran into that when they ran into one of Celeste's hitters. Use a Solon silence tablet, keep them from casting magic. But as for what she's capable of, I don't know.
What does she look like, Grand Mage?
He describes her to you. She is essentially a very plain sounding woman by description. She's got medium length brown hair, lightly tanned skin, like 5'4", just very generic white or partially white woman in the United States. And it's very, very clear when he's reporting this that it's reports that he has read and just knows off the top of his head, rather than because he's seen her recently or seen a picture. But these is things that Cal and Fish got as part of their briefing on the Second Dawn. This is kind of news to physical description and stuff is news to May, but not the others.
Okay.
When we find her, what are we going to do with her?
Any of you ever have dogs growing up?
No.
Well, I spent a lot of time around dogs, and I learned that sometimes there's nothing you can do. It's rabies or sickness or what have you. Sometimes they'll just bite you and bite you and bite you. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Dogs need to be put down. That's what Tone advises. That's what Crown advises. I can't find myself. Well, I suppose I find myself hoping she's not that far gone. That arrest is enough. So, officially, from me, commending the other orders you have on this mission, I would like you to try, please, to have her and her people arrested rather than killed. But of course, it's up to you. Sometimes danger to us is not worth a risk. I'll leave it up to your judgment.
Fish makes eye contact with him and is only pulling this card because they think that they can get away with it because they have a previously established rapport with him, and they say, "I'll try self-sworn."
He is looking down at his desk, and he very slowly raises his eyes to meet yours, and there's a very a very like quiet, intense moment of eye contact as you look at him, and you realize, you know, it hits you a little bit that like this is kind of your friend, someone you have an established relationship with, but Hone is someone who flexes power, is very individually powerful. Ridgeback is also very individually powerful, but that's not what is important. He is responsible for the health and safety of hundreds of thousands of sorcerers and other magic users in his domain, and it is not something that he takes lightly or a responsibility that he shirks. So when you look in his eyes, you feel the weight of balancing all of those, the safety of all of them versus the care he had for a friend's daughter. And he says, I appreciate that, Fish. Thank you. All right. Well, I've got shit to do. Potentially gonna get started in a war with the Americans. So, you know, good luck, and wish everyone you see out there luck, because God will we need it.
Yep. Well, we'll catch you out there, or perhaps not. Either way.
Good luck to you. And he like fully goes for like forearm embrasure with Fish. Doesn't know May that well, but kind of does like a and then awkward pat on the shoulder, and then turns to Cal, and probably Cal always looks like she's a cat about to scratch someone, so just kind of like gives her a nod.
Yeah.
He does finger guns at her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, look out for these. They've got a lot of firearms, you know, mortals. A lot of weaponry expertise in with them. But also, yeah, pew pew.
He goes fist bump, nail.
And
he
then
would,
inexplicably,
if he was in a good mood, he would do fist bump snail. He would.
inexplicably, he has this routine with Kekino where it's like flipper, hand, a whole handshake.
Yes, and then like squish, 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 like 3 squishes on top of him of like hard pats, and you were all probably going, when the fuck has Ridgeback interacted with Kekino?
He hasn't.
Why do they have an elaborate handshake?
I have my own adventures.
He's joking. I've met him in the cafeteria.
He gave me some of his sandwich. It was steak with mustard, which was bleh, but still.
All right. Well, get the hell out of my office. I've got stuff to do.
Don't have
Good
to
luck,
tell me
detectives.
twice.
And he actually like gets up and follows out, and you can see that as he like presses is essentially the magical light switch. It also shuts off the fire in the room and sort of automatically locks behind him. You head back out. You now have a little bit of time before you have to you know, fully leave on your mission. If there's any last minute things you'd like to do.
You may get a short, long rest.
I don't get a short, long
Short
rest.
8-hour
You can get a short rest.
No. Oh well. Was it worth it with that fortunate soul save I did, Patrick? Just tell me it was.
Lie.
So, what you avoided that peek behind curtain is 12 got you up past the DC of being like Tone being like, I'm gonna go talk to Ridgeback about it, get his opinion rather than just being like, okay, time to be damage control mode, time to take May into a side room, interrogate her exactly about what she knows, and then wipe her memory. Which
Nice.
was what you were getting with the 8. You were just like
Yeah,
fully got
cool.
blocked out of that information unless you found went to Ridgeback personally, because the DC I set for that happening was 10. But you also didn't reach 15, which is what I mentally set as being like, giving you a compulsion to not reveal the information, but also not having to like treat you like a threat in a way of being like, that was 15 kind of gets you to the point, and the reason 12 worked was Tone knows he should have told you this. It's not really his story to tell, it's Ridgeback, but he knows this is important information for the detectives to have, and he would very much prefer you guys didn't find out about it. But now that you know, it's like, fine.
Well, better they tell us than the fucking Second Dawn. Jesus.
Yes. No, that is the thing. You are now going into the Second Dawn encounter with armed with information, where if you had gotten just the other side of the story, it would have not necessarily been good.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anything other than a short, long rest that you want to take care of, or are we speeding ahead to heading out?
I'm happy to speed.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Let's do
Happy to
speed.
speed. Happy to speed. It's but Fish wanted to address the crew that they're managing.
Oh, go on.
Who's first mate? I bet it's Kakano.
I mean, Kekino has assigned himself second in command.
Yeah, that's him. No, I mean, like, if there are sides and stuff, it's like here's a dozen people. Fish is going to stand in front of them and talk at them for a minute.
There is a actually, I'm gonna make you roll for this.
Sure.
Let me say, I think this is a performance check.
Is Fish a great orator?
Fish
22.
does have good performance. Yeah, 22. There is a number of scythes that have been kind of accumulating in the room, getting orders from their officers and stuff. You actually see Dirk Sims hanging out in the room receiving some paperwork before heading out with a bunch of the others. You gather together a bunch of random scythes, and then someone comes over to you and says, oh no, actually this group isn't assigned to you, this other group is. And then you get another group of scythes, entirely faceless. And Sensitive Mercy is hanging out next to him, just like kind of reading a book in the crowd and chaos. But it seems that she has been assigned to you as sort of your sensitive backup. So you are getting 4 additional scythes and a sensitive to like go through the teleporter with you, and then based on the information you have, you're getting like more backup at the location. And yeah, you have your team. You can give a little speech.
Is man Cal standing amongst the people?
May is standing at the front row, ready to like tell Fish to like.
Ellie is straight up just like not seeing this as like a fucking formal team meeting, and is just straight up chatting with Mercy. It's like, thank you for the book.
Yeah, of course. Have you gotten a chance to read it yet? What do you think?
I'm only at the very beginning of this. I just finished on Shredder, and I might need to be restarting because Gekino is interested in reading it, and he's just sort of started learning his letters.
Oh,
Fish is lit up by now.
Gekino, but
And,
you're starting to read. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that's really great. Oh, hold on. I think Fish is gonna talk at us for a bit.
Yes. So Fish is lit up.
We can
and
ignore them. It's all right. So what else have you? What have
They
you
did
been
this thing where they walked around to be like, "Oh, you were all waiting for me," even though they kind of organized for them to be like as if like okay, you've all waited for me. Now I'm just arriving. Is Cal just keeping going?
Yeah. Until Fish would go like, ahem, I don't think Cal would do anything, and even then she'd consider not. Especially if Mercy is like, oh yeah, no, I guess I'll ignore them.
Mercy has like closed her book and is now like watching Fish with her eyes, but is still like talking to you and responding, like fully facing Fish. But it's like until Fish actually starts saying something, she's not gonna be quiet.
Okay, they don't do an ahem, but they come in saying, "All right, guys and dolls, listen up, because I'm only gonna say this once." Cal, shut up.
Reluctantly, yes.
Cool. We protect the sanctuary protects us. In order for this transaction to continue, we have to take care of the sanctuary's enemies. I was asked recently, are we the good guys? I don't really care about that. I care about looking after me and mine. And folks, you are all mine. Break. Thank you. Yes. It was a good one.
Okay, yeah. Like after that awkward clapping, the captain of your scythe contingent salutes, and all of the other scythes, who are normal size, full armor, very like inhuman in their movement and actions, salute as well. And it's kind of like, well, that's about as well as it could have gone, honestly. That's yeah, inspiring speech.
Yeah.
Cal and May are probably
Someone
like,
has to do
wow,
it."
that could have been way fucking worse.
Yeah, May was a bit like, towards the end. Yeah, they could have been way worse.
Cal did the same thing. There was absolutely a moment of eye contact of like, you're all mine, where Cal and May were like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
Rennie, this is the thing that I was expecting Cal to start PvP over.
She got enough out.
Fine.
She got enough out by her Jamal rant section.
Yeah, but also above the table, my original planned delivery was so much more horrible and pompous. But like, to respect the scene that we've just had with Ridgeback.
Yeah, somber. No,
It is that kind of thing of being like, if Fish immediately went his speech and go, "Hey, fuck those guys, let's go." Woo! Death! I think somebody would be like, Fish, you're not in charge anymore. We're gonna go with Cal.
Yeah.
Right, second thought, you're fired.
As Fish comes, I assume, back around to make Cal, May is like, good job, Fish. That was very clearly delivered.
Thanks. Yeah, what are you implying?
May's not implying anything. It's the truth. Fish spoke clearly. She is actively searching for genuine ways to encourage Fish at the moment.
Oh my god.
That's so nice of her.
It is. It won't last long, I'm sure.
Like, yeah, thanks, mate. You're a professor, you'd know. Oh, not a professor, but like, it's a subject. Let's not talk about it.
May looks at the cigarette and goes, I hope you're not planning on lighting that up around here, Fish. It's a filthy habit.
Also, we're in
It's
the
not
indoors.
Also that, yes.
Well, no one's stopping me.
I'll mage hands the cigarette out of their hand.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Danielle, I went out of my way to get that.
Immediately lights up the second one.
No, they're saving it.
It's like the sunglasses
But
of
yes.
Baby Driver.
Yeah,
Well,
as
speaking of sunglasses, they have
Mhm.
sinners.
yeah,
Of course they do.
as everybody seems to be getting ready, you eventually have a essentially technician come over to you all and say, "Okay, we have everything that we need here? We all ready for the jump?"
Yeah, we
How many
are.
days? How many days are we going to be gone? Planned.
Travel time is like most of a day, uh,
Mhm.
but after that, it's like however long it takes you to finish the mission. This is important.
Okay, yeah. I mean, then I would say if she would go get it, but if not, then Cal has her, enchanted trunk with her.
Yeah. No, we skip forward in time, so this is
All right.
after you've all like gathered your stuff. Unless
Yeah.
somebody's like, emergency, I need to go buy a doodad.
Yeah.
Um, then yes, the technician's like, yes, if you'll please follow me this way, we're going to use the interior sanctuary teleportation system, and you go back into the sort of private rooms and to a door that you have never opened before, never seen opened, not an office or a personal residence, um, just just a door, a little bit more hidden than the others, and from back in it from through the door you hear a little bit of rumbling, a little bit of pulsing, and the door opens and you see a magical and symbological construct. um yeah, May or Fish can give me a symbol check if you're interested in kind of like how it works. But you see, what is essentially a large, complicated circle of runes carved into the ground, motes of light flowing back and forth.
May got a 10
Um,
for her Arcana roll. Oh, sorry, symbol roll.
and
I'm
some
I'm glad
floating like wooden plaques with symbols carved on them. Little sparks of electricity passing between them.
I'm glad
Yes.
that May's rolling because this is fascinating to me. But Fish sees that and is like, "This is not what I'm. I'm a leader right now. I can't be working on my hobby."
hmm Um, Welcome everyone. This is our teleportation circle. Um, uh, sort of a failed experiment. You know, only connects to our outposts, and I understand we will be sending you out to our sanctuary substation in British Columbia. Is that correct? Okay, just
Sorry, a
step.
cat's trying to break in and batting at the doorknob like a serial killer.
Good. They deserve to. Let them into your heart and also your room.
Give Ellie the roll.
With a 10 in symbols, you see symbols regarding movement and speed and translation, but like the physical translation of space to space. Um, with a 10, you don't really get any deep sense on how it works, but you have like read about these theoretically existing. This was essentially part of. There's been a lot of experiments to not have to rely on teleporters for hundreds of years. People have been trying to crack like what is a better system than using teleporters to travel. Um, because having to rely on teleporters sucks. And with a 10, you are at least vaguely familiar with this as a concept of being like, yeah, we figured out how to make teleportation circles. They're just incredibly expensive and hard to make and difficult to maintain, and they can, only be like linked to a small subset of other places without like really big overhauls. It's just kind of like, look what they need to do to match a fraction of our power. Of just being like, this is an incredibly complicated mystical machine to do what a teleporter can do just like in their sleep. And yeah, a 10 is not enough to know like too many details about how it functions. But
May's still shaken by Ridgeback. She's fascinated,
Yeah.
but she's like, ugh.
yeah. Yeah.
All that for a drop of blood is the thought that I'm having about it. Anyway.
As the technician directs you forwards, you need to step into the teleportation circle. It just kind of like, no one's allowed to be like outside the circle when it activates, so there's not like a hard limit about being like only 3 at a time or something. But once you kind of arrange yourself with your trunks and things, it ends up being the 3 of you plus Kekino and all of your stuff, and the Scythes and Mercy are going to be, in like immediate follow-up. And the technician says, okay, well, good luck on your mission, and if you'll just excuse me. You find yourself in a almost identical little machine, inactive, in a room you don't recognize. And the very nice wooden door leading out has been replaced with a somewhat shittier one. And then, they're here. All right.
Hmm?
And the door opens, and you see a woman meeting you here as you are in a new place, one of the sanctuary substations. This woman is kind of on the taller side, just a hair under 6 feet, like silver hair pulled back into like a fighting braid. She is wearing what is essentially like business casual, like slacks and somewhat flowy male shirt, but there are knives strapped to like every surface on this outfit, just like full bandolier buckle of knives, more knives on the forearms, just like kind of ruining the business casual look. And she says, she says, um, welcome, detectives. Head on out. Right this way. Yep. No, grab your stuff. No, no, I can get it. It's just, and just like fully heaves Cal's trunk up with one arm, not realizing that the shadows could walk it, and gesture you out into the larger room. You see that the teleportation room that you were in the main sanctuary is in its own little space in the very private and very secure um, kind of heart of the sanctuary where the Council of Elders work. This is functionally a closet in a larger room that seems to be most of the sanctuary substation. And it is not in particularly good shape.
Yeah. Nice place you got here.
Oh yeah, thanks. We do what we can all out here by our lonesome. Oh, sorry, very rude. The teleporter activates behind you, and some scythes and sensitive mercy step out. So rude of me to not introduce myself. Sub Administrator Solwyn. Yes, Freya Solwyn. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, pleasure. Oh, ooh, kind of a loose grip there.
Yeah.
Nope. Get it. No, firm. Squeeze.
Fish does the
Good, cool.
handshake and is
Excellent.
like,
Up and down.
lead detective Fish. Pleasure to meet you.
Lead Detective Fish, a pleasure to meet you too. I've got all your files, but of course need to match faces to names. Don't really mean to be rude, but I assume Cleric Denier?
Correct.
Excellent. And that must mean you are my liaison here. We've got May Gladly. You want Gladly, you want May, you want Arcanist.
I don't mind what you call me, sub-administrator, as long as you don't call me late for dinner.
Oh, you're a hoot. Well, let's get you all settled in. No, we got to make room a little bit. I think more coming out of the teleporter. Yep. Okay. Welcome everyone to our sanctuary substation. We're just outside Vancouver here. We've got a yeah. Why don't we head upstairs and you go out through a secret hatch into a what appears to be an abandoned mortal building. See some electronic equipment, bunch of wires, some antennas, and I think probably May having the most kind of construction building mortal knowledge is like, this is an abandoned radio station.
I
This
was
is like
about
an
to ask.
abandoned mortal radio station. She Sub Administrator Solwyn gives you the grand tour, which accounts for about 6 rooms. It seems like the entirety of the substation is 4 sides. 3 of which will be loaned to you for your mission. 1 sensitive that is currently in Vancouver dealing with a bunch of people who saw a goblin party in Vancouver, investigating that and wiping some memories, which is why Mercy had to come. And 1 junior arcanist and 1 like administrative staff member, and that is all of them. Very clearly this is, a way station to kind of like project power through rather than an administrative center kind of in its own rights. And that is just about it. But as you get the tour, you head out and see the big antenna, which May and Fish see has been outfitted with some symbol magic and things like that. Solwyn turns to May and goes, "It has been so long since we've had any new blood to look at the technology. Is it okay if I kind of run through what we're working on here?"
I would love nothing more.
Of course. Okay. Well, we'll go over here. Jericho, just put it away for now, okay? We're doing a tour. We here at the British Columbia substation monitor the advances of mortal technology to see what we can adapt to the sanctuary's usage. This is the latest microwave that we've been managed to acquire. You can see, of course, it's all torn apart here, and it's very interesting. Can you believe that mortals were able to use this to master heat? It's an elementalist in a box. How amazing.
So
That does-
summoning fire.
But in
Not
a
quite.
box with mortals.
That's not quite how it works, Fish. I can explain it to you later if you want.
I know what a
yes.
fucking microwave is.
Well, you seem to be under the impression that it involves fire in a box.
I'm Okay.
Apologies, head detective. Apologies. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No, this is Ink thinking about the wording of it. I'm trying to poke holes in the logic of an elemental in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also like clear that Sub Administrator Solwyn understands how it works,
Okay,
but in
cool.
the same way of somebody who like magic was revealed to them the first time. She's not an engineer. She's not an arcanist. She seems to have no formal training in this whatsoever. As she is describing this process to you, she's very clearly making up names for some of these parts, or at least like personal names. She's like this right here, heart of the whole machine. I call it the magnet heart, and it's a magnetron from the microwave.
May is enamored. May loves this. She's basically what, like an Arthur Weasley sort of deal? Like obsessed
Exactly.
with yeah,
Yes,
okay.
and based on the knives, like not what she was originally supposed to do. She's just like, yes, I mean, you know, who knew that mortals would make all of this wonderful things? You know, if I had known, I may have gone into a different field. You know, I'm an energy thrower. I don't think it's very interesting for this work, but you know, it's very impressive what the mortals are capable of thing. So you see here, you see this wiring here, a new thing we've been trying to figure out the exact usage. It is called the popcorn setting. Now, why would
Well,
need
you
a
know
special
what? How
setting for
about
popcorn?
you ladies can talk about the technology all you like, and perhaps you could direct me in the. You can point me in the direction of the DOM administrator because this is not helpful to the mission.
Is he making a fucking joke?
I think they're attempting to, yes. But you know what?
Unless you're a switch, you can tell me.
Sub administrator, why don't we pick this up another time? I'd love to hear about all the tech work you're doing here. I think it's fascinating. I've not met many sorcerers interested in my people's work.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, May. Figured I'd just be polite, you know, kill some time since the car to take you to the train station isn't arriving for another 15, but yeah, fuck me, I guess.
Is she hot?
I feel like she
She's
is.
probably in like a rough way. She is very much
Oh, that's a fish out.
she is very much like she's like that like uh Nordic Viking warrior queen like build
Mm.
of being like, yeah, she's got a lot of muscles. She's very cut. She's big and looks like she knows how to kill you.
If May
The
weren't
big-
already attached.
Yeah, this can be on your list for when you're sad about Sinner. If we really had a fan base, I would want the master cut of the amount of times you introduced an NPC and one or all of us went, "Are they hot?"
Unless Fisher or Cal are going to say something, May's going to try and somewhat repair the mood.
Cal's just like, oh my god, we're 30 seconds in and it's so bad, of like hand on her like temple over the veil. Not that she gets any of the jokes that Fish are making, but I think at this point she just understands the vibe
Yes.
of being like, that tone means this is something awful and filthy.
Yes, this is an offensive joke. I don't need to understand what the offensive part is to know that that is what is happening. Yeah.
Yes.
As
Look, I've nothing to say.
as the
This is Mrs. Ink speaking. I just got fucking nothing. Sorry.
as the size trump upstairs and Mercy comes up with her book and like a very small like shoulder bag, she just goes, "Oh, hey Freya." Hello, just introducing everyone to the wonders of mortal technology. Yeah, Fish said something. Fish said something. Yeah. Well, I guess I
wonders.
will.
May looks at Fish with the filthiest expression. And says,
What?
well, Fish, when you harness the inherent energies of the universe and manage to contain them in a small box that can be powered by anyone, anywhere, at any time, please do let me know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a box. It's not a god.
So, Administrator, my apologies. The head detective is unappreciative
Yeah.
of the advances that mortals have made, to say the least. But I would genuinely love to hear more about this, particularly if you've ever heard of mortal code breakers and how those machines were used during the Mortal Wars. I'm sure you'd also find those fascinating.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
You two can nerd
I-
out.
I have no. It's amazing the way the Enigma machine works. Who knew that wires could create a code? And
Lots of
we
people.
At this point, I do think Cal like swats Fish with a mage hand. Like, you need to shut the fuck up silently.
And you know what they do.
You know what, head detective, you're right. I've been very rude. You need to get on with your mission. Would you mind actually heading down to the cars? They should be ready round about now if you want to, get a prime spot from which to direct your team.
Absolutely. Look, it's nothing personal, sub-administrator. It's just that all this
no,
interest in mortal
course.
technology, and we are going up against this mortal organization. It's a little bit suspicious, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's almost like knowing what your enemies are capable of is an important thing that sometimes comes into play. No, I completely and totally understand.
Yeah, because they're going to be throwing microwaves at us.
They might. You never
Head
know.
Inspector Fish, if you're quite done, shall we go to the
I'm
car?
never done. May gladly,
Cal
but
Cal takes the
shall
mage
go.
hand. I've been waiting to do this for so long. Cal takes the mage hand and it grips like the bottommost sweater of their layers and yanks it over their head. And she's got her arms crossed, like she's not doing this, and this is just a twist of fate.
Okay. Well, you know what? That happens, and Fish stumbles away, and the scene is over.
As
No, I'm loving it. I'm just being like, May and Cal would be so done.
as Fish stumbles out the front door, somewhat helped along by a very subtle shove from Sub Administrator Solwyn. She then goes, right, okay. And just closes the door behind Fish and locks it and goes, so as I said, the cars will be here in about 15 minutes. So if we want to just spend some time together. Yes, it's really interesting how the
Tekano's still in there, by the way.
yes,
Just-
Tekano is still in there. That wasn't very nice. There's a seal here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my dad.
Oh no, it's all right. Are we good with the seal? Is that
The seal is a delight, the sub-administrator.
wonderful? Kekano, you said your name was? Yes. Are you going to lock me outside too? No, sweetheart, I wouldn't do that to you. No, I was going to say that there's a new mechanism in the microwave that we've been experimenting with where the plate rotates, and we've found a way to crank up the voltage so it goes very fast. It's like a little ride for someone small like you. Do you want to try it? Okay. All right. Vroom. And slow it down, and then faster. This is fun.
While Kekano's having a good time, May's going to lean over to Freya and be like, I want to, so Administrator, I want to extend my profuse apologies for Head Detective Fish. They are very new to the role, and I suspect are perhaps uncomfortable with the sudden responsibility thrust upon them, and are like a small child acting out at any given opportunity.
Hey, I get it. I'm sort of out here, somewhat banished in the substation. I'm here to keep people in line in Vancouver. I'm not really known for my, charming wit and personality. Mostly just sort of figuring things out and threats of violence and being able to call in the sanctuary to figure out other things and have other threats of violence. So.
May's got
You
a
know, I
type.
I don't solve problems with my words always. Sometimes I solve it by shoving Head Detective Fish outside and locking the door.
And what a master stroke of brainstorming that was.
If
It
it
works,
works,
it
it
works, it
works. I mean,
Sorry, hold on.
Danielle, honey, you fucking Danielle, let me out of this. What do you do?
The hand has already, I think, let go at this point.
yeah, it becomes an issue of now the inner sweater is like tangled with the other sweaters, so it
Yeah.
still probably feels like someone is holding it over your head, but you're totally free if you squirmed the right way.
Cal
I
does
was
enjoy
looking
this.
hot this morning. You've ruined it. Storm's off. Sorry, please continue.
As this scene kind of continues, Mercy and Freya catch up a little bit and chat. She also gives you more like in-depth like sighting information of known Second Dawn associates, since this is kind of like a watch station. They seem to be using the mortal antenna modified with symbol magic to like keep an eye on a lot of things in this area. It doesn't seem to be anything particularly like relevant to your mission, but a lot of like, we got a potential tip that this person might have been crossing the border. It's possible they did and they slipped us, but we've increased security, and so we're sure they won't get back through this way. Just a lot of like kind of boots on the ground information that's not really helpful to any of you immediately, but is like good to know because it could theoretically be helpful. And eventually, she says, "Oh, I hear the car pulling up. Why don't we get you to where you're going?"
Patrick, is May going to use a sending stone to stay in contact with Freya?
Freya hooks up the network of stones. You can very clearly see that her skill at doing this is far lower than your own, but she is using some of the like technology here to compensate for it. What ends up happening is your sending earrings that you got in Metal's place are now hooked up to both the main sanctuary and one that is here. So you can talk to Freya or the main sanctuary, depending on like how local the response needs to be. And then there is a sending stone that is like, it's interesting. It's kind of like semi-encrypted. Like you can't add stones to this network the way you could with the other ones, but it goes directly to the captain of the Scythes, and the plan is essentially going to be most of like the force out here in Western Canada is going with you. It is a smaller like strike force than what everybody else is getting because it needs to be more stealthy, and it is supposed to face much smaller resistance from like small outposts. But like there is a lot of force depletion going on. If you call for help from Freya, it would be either like prep things for us for when we get there, or like reach out to contacts in the city or something like that. That's kind of like interpersonal action. Because if you're like, this is an emergency, we need all hands on deck. It's like there's Freya, there's non-sensitive that we may be able to get hold of. There's one scythe, and maybe I can call in some favors to get some other people down there to help you. So Freya is mostly going to be like an information linkage rather than like your main, like not running the mission, but is a potential resource for you. He wants it so bad. He wants the tail. And yeah, you all head out as a fleet of cars pull up. You see that this radio station is kind of at the top of a small hill on the edge of town, kind of abutting a very forested area. And you're looking at a medium-sized town down below that it's radio from. You see a sign that you're in the town of Maple Ridge, and once you get in the cars, you've got a little under an hour drive to get to Vancouver, where you can get on a train and start heading down. So the cars show up. Fish has finally extricated themselves from their sweaters and is now probably just kicking rocks. Kekano rejoins you and is like,
Dad, I'm sorry you got locked outside. I spun around on a thing and it was very fun. Did you check on the cars?
Yeah, no, they weren't there.
Oh, that's sad. I don't know why that happened. Okay, let's go, boss man, head detective. I think it's time for us to start our mission. Do you want me to tell everybody to get in the cars? Because I'm like your
listen to you.
Okay. Everyone, listen up!
you see even the sides like turn and look directly at Kekano as if receiving orders from a superior.
We are gonna get in the cars, and then we are going to be driven to a place where... May, what's happening after that?
May just tells him.
And
Affectionately.
then we'll get on a train, and that train will ride for a while until we get to
May tells him.
place. That is where we were going, okay? In the cars now!
Good job.
Don't forget I'm in charge.
Thank you. That felt good. It feels good to kind of sort of be in charge sometimes.
Oh yeah. You are the second in command. You can tell any of them to do whatever, and they will do it.
Thank you, Dad. That's great.
The captain of your scythe contingent, it says, Head Detective Fish. Does that include our orders as well? Do we also take instructions from the SEAL?
If he's got something to tell you, you better listen.
Understood. You heard him, sir. In the same way that like Jamal and Tone were doing it as a joke earlier, these are people brainwashed to obey orders, so they are genuinely like, yeah, no, it makes perfect sense that part of our chain of command would be a magic seal. We'll do that. As you all head out to the train station, you make your way towards the city, Vancouver, growing in the distance, until you eventually reach the train station.
Don't tell me that's another little girl that's gonna fucking look at Denier for outfit inspiration. Oh, May, you weren't there for that, but it happened in time.
The train comes to a complete stop. You'll hear the whistle blow one time. Exit to your left. Thanks for riding the Louisville Zoo train.
This is great train noises.
Thanks.
Good job, Patrick.
That one,
Yeah.
that's the one I was using before. I think I got that sound when you were going to Picklesburg for the first time.
I used to have the sound effects turned way down in my mix, so some of them are new to me.
Oh, so you just hate my sound effects that I add. I understand.
No, it was a mistake. I didn't realize I had done it. Yeah, are there any... I think Cal, at that comment, just sort of, like, tilts her head and goes, well, we don't know if that was exactly her. It was sweet. And I think she's, like, taken her, like, notebook out to just, like, write, or maybe, like, doodle or something like that. I think she's way more relaxed being in this, like, mortal space on the train than she was, you know, about a month ago.
Yeah, and if there are any holy water cellars, we know the story this time.
We know what's going on. No, it actually seems like this train ride is a lot less exciting than the last one. You probably all realize at separate times that there is fully 7, I believe, scythes and a woman quietly reading, like, kind of surrounding you and all the surrounding benches. No conversation happening, nothing that would, like, even be remotely welcoming to a stranger. So it's this kind of thing of being like, even if people were going to come up and chat to you or try to sell you something, seems like they would be dissuaded by the energy of mysteriousness around you. And you just generally have a rather uneventful train trip.
Yeah, Fish fills in May on what happened the last time that there was a train, which is that, okay, so we saw a guy, and he had these mutton chops, and so we chased the guy, and it turns out that he was a Second Dawn guy, and he's still out there, so we're probably going to fight him again. Watch out for the mutton chops. That's the guy.
That was the first time I've been shot with a handgun, and not the last.
I bet there'll be plenty more times.
Unfortunately, I agree with you.
May is just like in relaxation mode. May loves a train ride. She's just like watching the scenery go by, listening to you talk. So relieved that they're having a civil conversation.
For now.
Yeah.
I'll get along, sure.
Yeah. And thinking muchly about everything with Ridgeback. So she's just going to be pretty quiet and let you engage her.
Well, Fish is trying, and she's not, so...
I mean, like, if Fish is like, you know, should we go, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. So, like, she's clearly, like, she's engaging, but she's thinking about stuff.
She's like,
I'm
you know, chill.
It's just like, you're giving me fucking nothing. Danielle, let's banter.
You do get the information about what happened on the last train ride, which is a description of Erasmus, who was the Second Dawn, like, hitter that they ran into on the train, as well as, like, a bit of his capabilities. He's got a prosthetic arm that turns into, like, a sword hand that he fights with, and a big handgun. And that he's scary, and that he previously used a, like, one-time use magical item to create a bubble of silence that meant that a lot of the group's magic didn't work, and used that to his advantage to try to kill them all. I imagine Fish also tells stories about the holy water cellar and the girl inventing goth fashion by looking at Cal's notebook, and maybe even some stories from the train south to Picklesburg. You know, maybe a little, maybe getting a little sorrowful sighting, citing Kekino back and forth down the train car when he was new to the group and even more of a baby than he is now. You stay on.
Yeah, and they kind of they say to me, He likes it if you'd push him down the way, if that's something you
Push
want
me
to
down
do.
the way.
May does it. Without question. May must have put in her Kekino hours.
Yeah.
Great, fill up those hearts like Stardew.
Yeah, literally.
Yep. As the train continues to rumble south, you do a lot to pass the time. Mercy ends up sitting next to Cal and discussing books for a little while. And Cal comes away with some recommendations, and so does Mercy. Cal probably sketches a little bit.
I was like,
Keck
so it's
and
hard to
May
find
like-
because it's a handwritten copy that's only available in the catacombs, but there is this very good horror novel.
Mercy is like genuinely like, I know some guys in Paris. I can try and track that down. That sounds good. Maybe we'll get that published. And it's become
excellent.
As you head to your destination, there's a lot of little adventures. There's some Kekino reading time as he learns more of his letters, and he can do simple words now and very simple sentences. There's a little bit of May teaching Kekino some basic, like, probably archaeology things. Just got like a little book and being like, this is what the Valley of the Kings looked like. This is where pharaohs were buried. And as
Kekino has a childhood Egyptology phase.
yeah, absolutely.
He has the Egyptology book.
100%.
May buys it for him when it comes out.
As you head back down, it's about 6 hours or so until you reach the first station, and the train comes to a stop once again. And you find yourself just outside the city of Salem, and
Please remain seated till the train comes to a complete stop. You'll hear the
as
whistle
you
blow once
leave the
exit to
station,
your left.
you speak to Mercy and the Scythe captain, who say, we're your backup. We're going to hold a position here. There is a hotel here that we will be staying at the edge of town, so that we'll be close enough to come assist you, but we'll be... and we'll have the cars on standby, but we will be probably about an hour away if you need anything, so we can keep a low profile. You're going to be heading here if you go into Monmouth, and then you'll have to decide whether you stay in town while you're searching, or you try to keep it lower profile by coming back here at night, and we'll have one of these scythes driving you back and forth, if that's okay with you.
Back at night, because we have an advantage under the cover of darkness. Thus saith me, the leader.
Okay, yeah. We will hide the car at the edge of town and have the scythe waiting nearby so that you can come back at night. It is kind of like early evening now that you've been traveling so much. It's kind of like actually, wait, there's an actual time this would take. It would be 7 p.m. Wait, no, time zones. Whatever.
May's gonna update the sanctuary, be like, we've arrived at this location.
We've arrived, everything's all
Yeah.
good, things like that. Do you update Sinner?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Then you can settle in. It's up to you whether you want to try to head to town under the cover of darkness and start your investigation now, or whether you want to wait for tomorrow.
Fish actually, they know that May has dark vision, right?
I
Yes,
believe
yeah.
so. I believe it came up in the ruins.
They did.
Yes. Well, knowing that, keeping it in mind, they go to Cal and say, "All right, Danielle, what works best for you for investigating things?"
What do you mean specifically when we?
You know, we're gonna. That's what. Find the second dawn. That's what we're doing, right? I wasn't really paying attention.
Do you want to see my notes?
I would like your opinion.
All right. What specifically would you like my opinion on when we should start to start our investigation? What the process should be? Where more specific of like where we should go or when we should go?
Where and when?
Oh, well, if we are feeling energized after the train and not tired, I see no reason why not to start tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. We can't waste time just fucking around, as much as I love to do that. All right, thank you. I'll tell the rest, and I'm gonna say it's my idea.
Of course.
Fish gives the marching orders like, "We're starting tonight. Let's go."
Techno goes, wow, that's a good idea.
You get driven out to this kind of like small to medium size city outside Salem, and as you
Wow.
being driven over there, what?
We're going to be taking IRL photos for this. We're going to be going to Salem in 2 weeks.
And as the car goes and drops you off, and the city kind of gets left behind, you end up in Monmouth, and it reminds you in character of kind of like Chisasibi or other like small towns you've been to, but just on a larger scale. Instead of a one narrow main street, it's like a downtown core. That seems to be where a lot of the businesses are, and decent population, not a big place by any means, but like where Chisasibi was like 200 people, this is like 400 to 500, and you can start your investigation however you like. What's the strategy? You can see that it's kind of early evening. A lot of places are kind of shuttering for the night, but there's still some kind of like restaurants and like one bar that's open, and some people still kind of like walking around finishing up their day.
So Fish reasons that even though it's a primarily mortal cell, that Erasmus had his fucking smoke bomb of silence, and they also have 9 on the payroll. It's worth Eldritch Sight looking for traces of magic.
Okay, you got it. Give me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say with advantage.
Thank you. Oh, wonderful. 21.
21. Very nice. With a 21, you're looking around And the first sign that you're like in the right place that you see is a very subtle, giving off almost no magic, almost invisible sigil carved into a lamppost at the edge of town. And as you explore more, you find more of them kind of like, carved into a brick wall, carved into the street, and then hidden with a dumpster or something. Just like it seems like proximity alarms in some kind of way. Um, and you're like, okay, well, there's definitely, I don't know if it's our people necessarily, but there's definitely somebody like hiding here. Like we got probably the right place.
Yes.
Other than that, there's not a lot of overt magic that you can see. There's nothing kind of like at this street level that speaks of magic to you. You don't see any.
Yeah, with each sigil, Fish like goes, all right, do I recognize this? If yes, analysis. If no, bring May in, and even if yes, still bring May in on the details. Like, hey, we've got one of those, and maybe asking Cal to like note down like it's a sort of an alarm. Uh, just trying to like sort of be an actually competent in charge person for one time
Nice.
for an hour, just an hour to see
Yeah.
how it goes.
I would say because this is Fish being very like professional and using help where it is given. This would be a symbol check with advantage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, unfortunately, not great. That's 11.
Okay. With an 11 between you and May, you don't recognize all the symbols, but it seems to be kind of like the same thing over and over again. It is sort of a proximity alarm, but rather than doing like movement, because obviously, there's a bunch of mortals here. They come in and out of town all the time. It's powerful magic. If you used your powers too strongly in the vicinity of these symbols, or especially within them, which would be within the town, it will silently trigger something. And with a 10, you can't really trace where that like arcane wiring is running to, just that it is kind of deeper into town. But
Fish would advise, like, all right, let's keep magic use to a minimum. Kekino, don't exert too much energy. Because he's probably going to be setting it off anyway, just by existing.
A 10 is also enough that, yeah, I'd say a 10, especially because you got a 21 on the perception, is enough to realize that because these symbols are like hidden, it is not a full net. There are holes in it where symbols are spaced too far apart to like be particularly effective, and you can see that there are kind of like gaps and weak areas where like you can use magic okay without it setting anything off. And you, with a 10, you sort of get the sense of about how delicate you need to be, how much magic you need to do to set it off. Pekino is in danger of setting them off if he uses like if he exerts power by like trying to do his camouflage ability or something like that. But it seems like he's got to be kind of right up on one of the sigils before it will like recognize his presence. So there is a possibility of like him existing setting it off. It's very unlikely with a 10.
Mm-hmm. I still want to say that Fish is wary of that though. And so it's sort of like, all right, Jenya, tuck him into the robes when you can. May, just hoik him under the arm. Me, I'm so magical that I probably shouldn't even, touch him most of the time. And like our connection, it makes it even stronger. We don't have to worry about the scythes because they're dudes, etc., etc.
Since you said the size, they're just dudes. Nobody here really has any concrete experience with the sides, right? Yeah, not really. Okay,
That's
well,
just Fish's opinion. The sides are just dudes.
yeah.
Dirk's just a dude, so they all must be.
Yes, I would say because you are kind of like making these assumptions, and also you are the one to like find the symbols and stuff. Give me an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Mm. 5.
Okay. Yeah, sides are
My
just
high
dudes.
roll was 18.
Yeah, sides are just dudes. You know,
Yeah, it's just guys
maybe
being dudes.
maybe you can confer with Mercy, and maybe she's got some idea for how to get around this more effectively. But yeah, sides aren't going to be any help. All right, what do you do?
Oh man. Fish goes, all right, well, I think I understand why Metal is so decision paralyzed all the time.
Oh no, I get it.
Yeah. Let's get food. We can't work on an empty stomach.
Okay.
What is there to eat?
Give me an investigation check.
That went off the table. Oh, 18.
Okay. In 18, the bar serves food. It seems to be a fish and chips place. There is a diner that serves kind of like all-American diner food. There is a Ristorante Italiano that is very clearly like very basic pastas and like pizza, and that's kind of it. And then there is a couple of like there's like one or two places that are closed that are clearly like okay, maybe for breakfast or something like that.
Which one looks the most pub-like?
The pub.
Yeah, okay.
The bar that serves fish and chips is the most pub-like. I think that specifically comparison strikes May as being like someone clearly went to a pub and then kinda sorta tried to copy it.
Yeah, that's the place to go to keep an eye on the folks who come in and out for any suspicious characters. And that's the thing that Fish thinks of. And Ink isn't. Ink understands Mads a little better, maybe.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. What place do you want to head to?
The pub.
The pub. You got it. You head down the street. None of the alarms go off as far as you can tell, and there is a bit of a kind of raucous atmosphere coming from the bar. Some music playing, some people chatting and drinking and hanging out. That kind of draws your attention.
unless it's a complication to get a seat once they're sitting. I just want Fish to, address the gang. Okay. So
You've got
sort of like
you've got someone who greets you at the door, who's clearly just like like a hostess who was delivering drinks and just happened to be walking by rather than like a check-in stand or anything. It's just like, yeah, grab a table wherever. Welcome. You look like you from out of town. Yeah, have fun. Let us know if you want anything. And you head over to a table, kind of. It's kind of central in the room just because as a neighborhood pub, this is a lot of like the regulars have their like back corner booth that they're always in, except this is a bar of pretty much only regulars, so there's no back corners available. You just got some basic tables. It's not super busy in here, but there's an after-work crowd.
Danielle, is there something that you can do to like make people notice us a little bit less?
Well, less is difficult. I can make them not notice us entirely, but that would be a little difficult to get dinner service.
Yeah. Well, worth asking anyway. Thanks.
Is there anything that I could do? Is a partial kind of pass without trace of just kind of like
Yeah, you could do weaving shadows.
Okay, and that would just kind of make us like sort of fade into the background kind of thing.
It basically would be like you're just kind of like, hey, we chose this table, and it's kind of like between two of the chandeliers, and it just gets a little bit darker at this table, just being like, rather than being like any kind of psychic effect of being like we're hiding or don't notice us, it's just kind of like you draw attention less because you're less in the light.
Okay, let me just double check that that's a cantrip, but
it is.
Michelle. Okay, then yeah.
All right.
I think that she'll be like, she'll think about it and she'll be like, well, I can try this a little, like what I was doing at the society gathering, just making light, just make people less noticeable instead of more noticeable.
Yeah, sure. And I did recently discover that I'm really good at stealth. You didn't see me before?
See you when?
Don't worry about it. May, what are you going to order?
Well, it's a pub. Fish and chips and a beer. See what's
You've
good.
already got one half covered.
Hey, laughs. I will give them that.
Fish is pleased.
Throw them a bone after all of the stress.
Fish has a bit of it, goes, okay, alright, okay. Thank you.
This is so sad, but I'm going to do it anyways. Cal is going to quietly turn to May and say,
metal usually ordered for me. Would you be able to help me?
Yes, of course, Cleric. What do you need help with specifically?
Oh, I mean, I don't. Most of this food I'm not actually familiar with. I haven't ate a lot of these kinds of delicacies.
I think if you want to get chips, Jenya, we'll do it without salt. I don't think that'd be right for you right now.
I'm fine with salt. We did have that.
I just don't want to overwhelm your senses, that's all.
Okay, but
just
Cleric,
because I said pepper was spicy.
Just because that happened one time, and I've continued to think it, but just not express it out loud.
Yeah, not say it out loud.
So, Cleric, do you eat meat?
yes.
Can you find high-fat foods tolerable?
I'm not used to them, and I usually have to give what is left of my proportion to Kakano to finish, but yes.
That's right. May's going to order for Cal. What May's going to order is just like steamed fish and chips.
Steamed
All right.
hams.
You got it, yeah. Steamed
And
hams.
May's just going to get proper battered fish, and May will offer that to Cal for her to try it.
Okay. Very nice.
The waitress swings by your table and is just like, "Hey there, out of towners. What can I get for you?" Yep. Okay. Fish and chips.
Yep.
Steamed fish and chips. I'll ask the owner. I think we can do that.
There's a generous tip in it for you if you can, dear. I'm sorry for the trouble.
Then we can do it. No problem. And
You're really you're good at this negotiating stuff, mate.
May just give a little.
yeah, little tip of the hat. Okay, and fish and chips for you. Round of beers for everyone.
Yeah.
For me,
Wait,
cleric,
we're
do
on the
you
job.
partake?
Beer I have not had.
We'll get you one for
don't-
appearance's sake.
All right.
Do you like bread? Do you want to feel like you are drinking bread, but it's bad in some way?
I was gonna say
that
that's
you can't
way too
describe?
kind of a description of beer.
Yeah, May's like, maybe Fish and Cal don't think about this too much, but May's like, you do not go to a pub in a small town and not get the usual orders of food. we need to fucking fit in.
Yes.
The menu is there for looks.
The
There
pillar
are
of
actually-
black fabric, being like, we gotta be normal.
Yeah, gotta be as normal as possible.
Mm-hmm. As she goes, yeah, right, coming right up. Leaves. You can chat for a little while, and she comes back with your food. A couple of platters are put in front of you. Some big mugs of beer. The glasses are tolerably clean. And the food that May gets is probably like, well, I guess it's not real fish and chips because this isn't cod. It's another whitefish, and clearly they need to work on their batter because it's crispy but it's dry. You need to have crispy but with a crunch still. You can't just be sand. It's just like a lot of that, like, you get fish and chips at a mid place, and you're like,
Yeah.
I could get better. And Cal, Fish has probably had fish and chips a number of times, but does not have the British snobbery around it, so it's good.
No, it's like, it's food. Nice. Yeah. It's the same name as me. I love it.
And Cal gets a actually fairly nice grilled piece of whitefish. It seems fairly light on the seasonings because it's clearly an improvised dish, and it is also still like in a little plastic basket with newspaper. So it would be hard to eat, and there's no silverware on the tables, but you got it, and it's
No. May's got her magic tools. May's
That is true.
And pull out a little camping sport for her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pass
I
it
will
over
say
to
that-
Cal.
I
Tool
would say
proficiency.
Fish like quietly pulls out a dagger and goes, "This isn't appropriate," and then sees, "Oh, thank God, she's got a real tool."
Cal, I think, is the type that would have this, and then she'd see like a little lemon squeeze and like see like May put it on, so she'll put like a little lemon, and then she would just be like, "That's good," and then it's the equivalent of like the people who are like wringing out their lemons on fish. That would be her vibe. But yeah, she's taking off her gloves. She's eating her little like flaky lemons, I think, or lemon fish. I think she's less enthused about the chips, but she nibbles on those too. She seems content.
She sees May using some malt vinegar and tries it herself and goes, "Don't like that."
Yeah. Yeah, she's just copying May, and every time she does, it's with like the daintiest little drop of like vinegar or lemon, and then she makes decisions based on that.
I can't construct the sentence properly, but I'm just gonna say 3 words, and you're all gonna understand what I'm talking about. Cow, fish, lemon.
Jesus.
As you're
We didn't have the moment where May was like, "Do you like fish?" and Cal goes, "Yes," and fish goes,
No, look, they're kind of like on edge, waiting for it to happen all night, but it never does. It's like you fucking
Yeah.
conspired against me.
Yeah, it was like, do you like it? Do you like what? What is it that you like?
Are you
The
enjoying
food.
the food?
Say fish, god damn it. I have a joke teed up.
I've had it for weeks.
But yeah, you get some pretty good food. You take in the atmosphere, and as the is there anything else you do? Kind of just looking around, getting the sense of people noticing you or things like that, or are you just waiting for the hostess to come back?
I really want fish to sort of as sincerely as they can, kind of just be like, "Hey, I really value you guys' opinion, and you're both very clever and capable in your own ways. So just in ways that I'm not. So throw me a bone here."
Kekino is under the table with a mouthful of fries that Cal gave him, going, "I love you too, Dad. You're great."
Megan's...
Buddy, this isn't about me. I'm trying to let my teammates know I value them and their skills.
Oh.
May is so pleased. Not because she's being complimented, but because she's like, oh, thank God, they do have underneath all of this bullshit.
They're deeply uncomfortable to say it though, and so they're just kind of looking at their plate, like not at either of them, just like, yeah, you go.
Oh, fish, my fish is boneless, so I can't throw you a bone. But please go on.
Well, I mean, I haven't read any of your stuff, but maybe I could sometime, because I can read.
I never doubted you could.
I don't know. Sometimes you give me a look.
It's hard. Reading is impressive.
They're joking. They're like, shooting the shit. It's like, hey, maybe I don't have to be a horrible dick to you all the time in order for us to have a pleasant interaction.
And then he's like, yes!
Please, God.
It's that thing of being like, I'm so happy, but also, why was this news to you? It's that thing of being like, wait, if you're choosing to not be a dick, that means you had the option to the whole time.
Cal is, I think, sitting and chewing and quietly contemplating when they have this exchange, and I think she will say after a while, and she says,
I understand it was easier with Metal and especially Isle, and I appreciate the effort you are putting in so far.
I like you too, Denya.
I didn't say that.
May laughs.
And then because they don't want to dwell on this for any longer than they have to, it's like, so how about that second one? That shit's fucked. What do we do?
Maybe. Let's perhaps keep that quiet.
Not yeah. Maybe, okay. Instead of,
I can say on day.
Yeah.
You
How
guys
about
are the
that?
subtlest. You're so secretive.
No, they don't. I would like to amend and so that they go, how about that stuff we learned earlier? It's fucked.
May drains her beer and doesn't say a word.
Well, we always knew that the sanctuary has endless skeletons. At this point, I'm not really surprised when any of them get dragged up.
Well, I've lived with myself through a bunch of sketchy shit before. I can live through this as well.
It is good that none of us seem to really struggle with moral quandaries the way Metal would.
I'd rather hope so. We're 4 times her age, aren't we?
Well, you and I are, but
Eyes looks at Fish.
What?
wait, you're 10, 20 years older than Metal?
Now, Cleric, you know that's an impolite question to ask.
You are correct. Sorry,
It's an impolite question to ask. How old are you? We're just acknowledging it's impolite and pushing forward.
I'm older than all of you. I'm like 300. I'm at
Mayor!
Shakespeare.
Mayroll's being sorry!
Yeah, I'll give the help action.
Deception check.
I get a help action? That's good, because otherwise it's just a 9. Do I get help, Patrick?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Okay, nat 20, so fuck y'all.
Damn. Okay.
20 in total.
That's a 12.
That's great. Thank you, Dice. How
20
goes?
what total?
27.
Jesus!
How goes?
I stand corrected. I
300, you say?
apologize for this assumption.
Well, okay, maybe not 300 exactly. You kind of lose track as you get older. May, when you experience it yourself, you'll figure it out. But I've seen the world through thick and thin. I know this stuff, and the fact that I still get rattled, well, doesn't it just go to show how much of a decent person I am? I'm kidding.
300!
About.
What's... Now, Fish, I must ask, what's your margin of error here? Give or take how many years?
Alright, it might have to be 290.
As your margin of error?
Well,
that explains rather a lot.
They're saying it's 10 years.
Yeah.
They might be on.
May is disbelieving.
Yeah, you do believe it.
I
It's
do, but she's
That's
like,
funny, bitch. Yeah, no, Cal has completely accepted it. She's just like, ugh.
yeah. No, it has horrifying
God.
implications, but it does seem like 300.
yeah, May is like May is one of those people who doesn't believe elders are inherently worth respecting. So she's like, don't think this changes anything. In fact, it actively makes me respect you less.
God. I think Cal actually, for once, trying to rein this back in and get things back on track, say, what matters is we are more accepting of the world, of how the world is, instead of getting hopeful and pondering on what it could be. And I think
no hope at
that
all.
is going to be helpful for this mission.
Patrick, did they get a picture of beer, or was it just glasses?
No, you got glasses.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Mace can like hold up a fucking
Hey, you hold up an empty glass, and the
Yeah.
hostess
To no
comes by
hope.
and It's like, yeah, you want a refill? Or you want a pitcher?
I would love a picture.
I'll get you a pitcher. So she comes back, fills you up, and brings a pitcher. Is like, so what brings you all to town? Work?
Work, leisure,
Pleasure, even.
That's what I was gonna. helping out the pretty girls such as yourself.
Oh, well, thank you kindly, but taps a wedding ring.
Fish raises an eyebrow like, that doesn't
And?
matter.
Yeah.
We're actually here doing travel writing for this. It's a very small publishing house. You probably haven't heard of it, but we're looking for off the road local attractions and such. My dear, is there anything unusual about this town that you think sets it apart? Any, I don't know, interesting communities, interesting football matches, things like that?
Local legends.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we don't have much in the way of football matches here, but travel writing, that's real impressive. Give me a deception check. I'd say that's with advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, with advantage.
Well, the first one was a 19, so
Yeah.
and the other was
yeah.
a 1. The other was a 1.
Wow.
Fuck, man.
So was that deception you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, well, we've had some people write about us before. Local legends. Let's see. I got a couple of Bigfoot encounters. A lot of foots in this hill. We get some hunters coming through
We
trying to
love
photograph
those.
them every once in a while. Oh yeah, well, maybe you can write that in your paper too. Get us some more tourists for that. And we got a bunch of local legends about witches and things. I always just assumed that's people confusing Salem and Salem, but lots of stories about my great Grammy was a witch and had to leave town and stuff like that. Curses, things like that, and there's old stories about the witches' tunnels. Well, I mean, they're not really safe, so you'd have to ask, get permission, and find someone willing to guide you down. But there's a bunch of the sort of natural caves and tunnels and stuff under part of this town that were supposedly where the witches lived, and people talk about demons and visions and stuff coming out of that. I think it's a lot of like bad gas, but yeah, there's oftentimes some of them are still kind of built up, shored up. So you can go to like the grocery store. Maybe if you talk to Clyde, he'll let you into the basement. Got a little bit of the caves there that he uses for storage.
Well, I think this is a great opportunity to debunk a local legend, especially if you think that there's not much to it, then that's probably the case.
I mean,
we can bring a lot
caves
of
are
people, a lot of
caves.
peace.
I mean, caves are caves, I don't know how safe it is to be down there. I was told since I was little, don't go playing in the caves. But witches, I don't know.
You never
Cal,
do
in
you?
her full fucking robes and spooky vibes, does like lift her head up of being like, "Do you think this is normal?" And wants an insight check on her specific
This
perception of
hostess
Cal
just
as
knows about
normal.
this hostess just knows about burkas and kneecaps. This hostess is really well educated.
Give me an insight check.
She thinks it's a niqab.
Yeah. That's a
What's math? 13? 13.
What is math? With a 13, you see that every time she's talking about like witches not being real, she's like shooting Cal a glance of being like, "Sorry to disappoint you, witch fangirl. They're not real. You came to the wrong place."
Yeah, that's why we came. Yeah.
May is going to she's been paying rapt attention. She's I'm a bit of a spelunker myself, so you don't have to worry about us. But the witches, that's really fascinating. I have to ask, are there any people practicing witchcraft in the town still? I'd love to talk to them. That sounds very interesting. Great story.
I mean, I don't know about practicing witchcraft. There's Jenny over at the dry goods store at the end of the street. She's got a little kind of museum setup thing off to the side with a couple of supposed witch pieces. She might know something more about that. She likes to, dress up on Halloween and try and spook the locals, things like that. I don't know about being a practicing witch. That might be a step too far in a good Christian town like this. But she might know a little bit more about it if you want to talk to her.
Cal holds her hands and says,
Anyone else eclectic, eccentric, believing in things that are unusual that you would recommend for a group of
writers?
Who you think would be worth interviewing?
Begging your pardon, miss, but there's not too many people that look as strange as you in this town. I think, the people hunting for the Foots are, they got a decent idea of, maybe they exist, maybe they don't. Those are kind of the biggest strange people we get in here. People worth interviewing. I mean, there's Old Man Greg, who's got some stories. Whitaker, he moved in from down south. Talks about his grandpappy who was in the gold rush. He's got an interesting thing. We got some vets.
Miss?
Some war reporting. Yeah.
Anyone with bizarre names? Ones that sound like they picked it for themselves?
Yes, we're looking for people who might have reinvented themselves.
Oh, I see. Is that a witch thing, do you think?
Yes.
All right. Well, trust your expertise on this, miss. Reinvented themselves. Let me see.
Names just don't seem quite right.
I mean, it's a bar. Lots of people seem not quite right, I guess, but not quite right is all right with us. We're an accepting folk here, as long as your mom.
Cal is losing patience very quickly.
She says, there's this guy Jacques who comes in sometimes. I feel like that's kind of a weird name. We don't got a lot of French around here.
Cal with her full French accent tilts her head. Cal's like, wow, maybe she's just xenophobic.
There's
It's a
people
good
with
Christian town. Of course, she's xenophobic.
No, 100%. There's people with nicknames like Nines comes in every once in a while. She's a local woman, only got 9 fingers. That's a nickname. I don't know about reinventing yourself.
How often is she in town?
Oh well, she's she doesn't live in town, but she comes by into the bar for a drink. At least once a week, if not more often. Kind of depends.
Cal looks at May.
Been in this week yet?
She came in kind of late last week and said there was she had some business that she needed to take care of. I don't know.
Who just
May at this point
I'm
is
with.
going. Sorry, I was saying May at this point is going to elbow Fish and Cal, because in her opinion they're getting really weirdly tell us more about this complete stranger in a weird way for no good reason.
Yeah, we're detectives. What else are we
Yeah, but like May's like, guys, just dial it back. It's weird that you're fixating on this woman because she has 9 fingers.
Okay, so Fish gets that and thinks, fuck you a little bit. Well, you know, I was once in a fight and I almost lost 3, so I'd be really interested in hearing this lady's story.
May relaxes.
Yeah.
That's a good cover.
No, she might be fun to interview. She's got a lot of stories. Most of them implausible, but you know, especially you get a little drink in her. You know, she's one for kind of the harder liquors. She's got some interesting stories.
Do you have a lot of friends here in town?
She's got a fair bit. You know, we all like to gather around for a good old 9 story. Even if they're made up, they got some creativity to them. You know, not a lot of other entertainment in here.
No?
As for like friends and such, I don't know. I guess she's here with that Jacques guy. You know, French.
Sounds like the French are suspicious.
The French are suspicious. Yeah, she's in here with Jacques and Ezra, I guess, are her two like close friends, I guess. You know, sometimes she'll come in and tell stories, but sometimes she like walks in with them. You know, like not just bar buddies, but you know, kind of like spending time together.
Yeah, yeah. Miss, thank you so much for helping us out here. We're sorry to keep you. Just one last question, I think, unless you have one, May. But as you can see, my friend here and I, we've got some pretty sick tattoos.
Oh, May's are covered. May's are fully covered. Sorry.
I've got some pretty sick tattoos.
My friend and I have got some pretty sick tattoos sitting next to 2 fully covered women.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. As you can see, I'm a bit of a tattoo enthusiast, and so I guess my last question is, could you point us in the direction of anyone who might have any interesting tattoos?
Anyone with interesting tattoos?
I gotta be honest, we're probably not gonna use it for the book, but it's just something for me personally.
Oh, yeah, alright. Give me a persuasion check, just because that's, like, very specific information. This would be the equivalent of, like, asking someone's address.
Okay, how can I ask for advantage on this?
I was gonna
I'm
say
thinking of
maybe being like, they're thinking of getting more tattoos.
Yeah, I'd
Or
like to get a
like-
tattoo for everywhere I go, for every book that we write.
We've been
yeah,
doing
or
3
Cal
so
is
far.
like, they're trying to convince
So I wanna
me
get
to get one.
right here. Yeah, I'm
Um,
filling out this half of the face, then I'm gonna start on this one.
you really went straight for the face. Wow. Yeah, I'd say that's advantage.
Thank you.
I got you.
I have been rolling insight checks for her to see how suspicious she is, and it's been low, so...
She's nice.
15.
Yeah.
That's not bad. With a 15, she's just kind of like, well, I mean, we don't have much in the way of kind of like tattoo artists, you know. We got a lot of people who like got some in the war. Old man Greg's got like this. He's got like a flaming skull thing that he likes to like show off when he gets a little too liquored. He didn't get that in the war, but its story kind of changes about where it came from. I'm thinking sailor, maybe? Most of the tattoo artists, you know, tattooists are in, like, Salem or in the big cities, stuff like that. Not much out here. Yeah, a lot of war vets one of Nine's friends has a nice tattoo. I don't remember which one. Oh, but it's like it's nice because it's like bright colors, you know. Like no offense, but clearly not like self done the way a lot of the war tattoos are. You know, some nice colors. It's like I don't know, it's like a landscape thing. It's like two mountains over a river, and there's a like a sunrise or something between the mountains. I don't know.
That's a lot of detail. For a tattoo, I mean.
Yeah. No, I just recognized it because it was so pretty. You know? If I'm being honest, as someone interested in tattoos, a lot of people came back from you know, the war, and they were like, "Oh, you know, I got this tattoo. It's a bullet for every Nazi that I killed." And I was like, "Okay, you know, tough and manly, I guess." But then I started seeing, you know, some people got like real nice, like kind of color pieces. There was like one guy I met when I was doing a bit of traveling. I was on vacation with my husband. He had like a mermaid that was like in like pinks and blues, and I thought that was really nice. And I don't know, first thought of like, you know, maybe I want a tattoo if it's like a colorful and nice one, you know, not like a kind of gross, you know, manly one. You know, so I kind of noticed. I noticed the colorful ones.
Insightful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
May tips her, like, I know this is usually tip at the end of the meal, but May, like, immediately pulls out some money and gives it to her.
Oh,
And it's
shit.
like-
And that's this, and you're giving us shit for being suspicious? Is the look that Fish gives her?
Bribe.
No, but, like, she's just tipping her.
Yeah,
So
but
what she's gonna
at
say-
this point, it would feel
Yeah.
like a bribe.
No,
I mean,
but what
I
she's gonna
will say, I will say, she did say, give Cal this like special meal you're bending over backwards for, and I'll give you a sizable tip.
Yeah.
So
So what May's going to do is like her rationale is that she's giving it directly to her now because she knows tips often don't make it back to the actual person who deserves them, and she says as much to the waitress and is really thankful.
hey, I appreciate it. About how much do you tip?
I guess like I don't know, whatever would be considered a generous amount at this time.
Okay.
Like not outrageous, but like hey, like
but Ellie, we have money that we're going to subtract it from. Is why that's being.
yeah,
asked.
that's fine. I've got 56 gold, so like
Okay.
I'm sure I can handle a tip.
I think I believe from what Patrick has talked. How much do you have in Canadian dollars?
I have no idea. I assume I
you
have some.
You have some, yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't actually split it up, but you have some.
I don't know, what would be a good tip at this time? Like a couple of bucks, I imagine?
I think
Mr. 50?
$2 would have been considered extremely generous.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'd say $3 gets you the equivalent of kind of like $25 in American, which you know I assume is like 30 Australian or something. You know,
Yeah.
that's like a sizable tip.
Yeah, do that then.
With that plus the meal, I will say subtract 3 gold.
Yeah, easy.
Actually, 2.5 gold.
Fish will do the gold. May does the tip.
Sounds good. Then that is 1 gold from May and half a gold from Fish because you have tipped. It doesn't exactly break out to the gold, but you have tipped the equivalent of like the price of the meal again, as like a sizable tip because it was a very cheap meal.
Yeah.
You know, your pitcher was about as expensive as the food you ate.
Does it do decimals? I wonder.
No, but you break it into silver, which is was like
Gotcha.
like 10 silver. No, or I think it was like 100 silver to a gold, something like that. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to do currency conversions.
Okay, well, I'll just add 50 to silver. And
Yeah.
-1 from, yeah.
Yep.
Noodle, you cannot be going for round 3.
Oh no!
Noodle, you lost already.
Out for
Give it up, bud.
blood.
No, Noodle is always the winner. He's evil.
Oh yeah, it's Shinobi that loses because he's smaller. Our boys are pretty even in their fights. You know, both of them win and lose.
Yes.
So once she walks away, I think Cal is going to be like,
So, we should find this Jacques, and I'm
Ezra.
comfortable taking the lead on Jacques, and maybe one of you can find Ezra.
Well, May, how do you want to approach 9? Because she likes you because you're going to marry her son, but she likes me because everyone likes me. So, who do you want to take her or me?
I'm going to lay this out on the table for the two of you right now. Make this very apparent. Sinner is an employee and a friend.
since Cal almost says since away and then catches herself.
I don't know.
Isn't he not an employee anymore? He's just a friend because he's not currently working for you?
Well, a potential employee, because I will likely
Okay.
employ him again in the future. But yes, you're correct.
Right. So he's a friend, and you met his mom, and you're on good terms.
Yes.
And that's still nice.
It is quite nice, yes. But your father and the cleric here seem to have gotten it into their heads that I am engaged to be wed at any given moment to the man. Which
Are you
I'm
not?
not.
Cal tilts her head and says,
I'm sorry, I misinterpreted what was happening. I did not mean any ill will. We have very different concepts of what and does not count as courtship due to my culture. No
May immediately
insult
deflates.
indeed, intended.
May immediately deflates and is like, of course, cleric. I didn't mean that you were perhaps being rude. But yes, I just wanted to make it apparent because it's multiple people have brought it up to me, apparently on the word of you two, so I wanted to put an end to that.
Oh, look, May, I'm sorry. I've clearly misread the signals that you've been giving out, but I really don't think that's been the case with the ones I've been getting off him. And I'm just worried that if you're not
Silently
seeing
not.
if you're not seeing that, we do kind of we have to tell you that.
To clarify, I do agree that that is a terrible idea, but yes, it seemed, I mean, with blood is involved.
I think I need to roll self-insight.
Go for it. Insight with disadvantage.
Yeah.
So
The
stumped
5.
by
You've been
May.
avoiding this problem for too much.
Yeah,
to,
that's a 5.
to have a straight roll.
Yeah, that was a 5.
Well, you know what? You know what your relationship is, and just because other people perceive it differently doesn't mean that they know better than you. You know.
Yeah. Cool.
And then it may even it's so sad Isle's not here because she was the one who had the criminal record that the sanctuary kept track of. So she would be the one who'd be like, Do you think they like wrote on May's file has a relationship with Sinner Drum known criminal? Do you think that's like in her sanctuary paperwork somewhere?
Okay, with that role in
Possible
mind,
romantic connection to known criminal.
May is going to, because she likes Fish and Cal, is going to take it in a good way and be like, look, I really appreciate you both looking out for me and making sure that I'm not potentially leading someone astray, but with all respect, I spent over a month with the man, and I think I would be able to tell if that were the case. I don't disagree that he holds me in a very high regard, and why shouldn't he? I'm an excellent boss and well-known academic, and I would say fun to be around. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily equate to a romantic interest. And then May's going to be like, oh, she doth protest too much.
Yeah.
And then say,
Yeah, Cal is nodding and nodding and nodding, and anytime like May like swings around to like see where the server is, she does turn to Fish, and I can't access that because the camera's not on. But leave it with the veil on. She just like really dramatically tilts her head like an owl.
Like they're not making eye contact because she's got the veil on, but Fish does look at Cal and like raises their eyebrows at her, like, yeah, I know. And so as May's going on, like, you know, I'm an academic, I'm great fun. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are great fun.
You're what some people might call the catch, actually.
Well,
May, you
since,
are a lot of fun. You are a lot of fun, and I know that Sinner feels the same way.
yeah,
May kind of trails off.
Look, you know, just you just say I can take rejection real easy. If it's not the case with Sinner, you never really did respond when I complimented you in the ruins there, May.
No.
May looks at Fish and kind of like, is Fish really overtly like laying it on thick playing a game?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Patrick, what's the seating situation? Is this like a little round table, or
It's
is
a little
it
round
like?
table.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. May is going to drape an arm around the back of Fish's seat and lean in very close and whisper in their ear, "Fish, I don't know how many times I have."
woman for you. Sorry.
No, not quite. She's going to be like, "Fish, I hate to break it to this to you, but you're just not my type."
Hmm.
And then lean back out. And then if Fish isn't going to say anything, we'll like change the topic of the conversation.
They shrug and go, oh, well, you know, like shot my shot, even if it wasn't entirely serious. There we go.
Yeah.
End of that.
Dad,
And then
is
May-
the big boss man in charge supposed to be like, employee, I like you?
I can know
What are
learns
you
about
talking
HR.
about,
Well, I was spending some time with Colliginous, and she just kept going, it's really inappropriate how Fish, Dad, acts, especially because we're at work. And I was wondering, just like, what's happening?
Well, you don't have to worry, pal, because you don't have to work.
You're
So the information
right.
isn't relevant to you.
You're absolutely right. Dad, you're so smart.
Yeah. That's why I'm dad, and that's why you're son.
Can one day, if I know enough, we can switch, and I'm dad and you're son?
I've already got a dad.
Oh, because Granddad is your dad. That's
Yes.
right. I meant
Yeah.
like putting on your sweaters and going, hey, I'm taking your dad.
Oh yeah, we can. Well, you know, we can play pretend or something. Yeah, sure.
I feel like we've gotten a bit off track.
Point. Yes. I do
I
believe
think. Sorry, go on.
we have to be very careful about approaching Miss Rosewood.
Yes, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the tattoo the lovely hostess described seems like a visual representation of the name of the group that we're looking for, and perhaps approaching them directly is not the way to go.
I agree, but
So
There
as said, we've
is,
got a few leads. If we're going to do
Yeah.
this at night, though, it will involve a bit of breaking and entering, I suspect, unless these places are open.
I
Well,
think
you're an
perhaps
archaeologist, so
We will start with just visiting what is currently open and not requiring breaking and entering, and then we will see from there if we want to pursue that or try to come back during places may have visiting hours or it may be more appropriate to knock on people's doors in the day.
Sounds a plan, cleric. Head detective, what's your call?
everything Denia said. Good job, Denia. I'm promoting you.
And what is my promotion?
I don't know. What do you want to be? Do you want to be what's above cleric in the thing?
Head cleric.
Yes, there's high priestess, there's
High priestess. That sounds great.
oh, all right.
High priestess, collagenous.
Okay, so Kakano, it's a high priestess and by priestess.
That's really funny. Dad. Hi, priestess.
Okay.
Collagenous, you need to respond. Hi, priestess.
she went, "Hello, Kakano."
Bye, priestess.
We should start on a path. I don't know what path, but just maybe get out of this pub because I don't want to have another conversation with that server.
Shall we see if the grocery store is open? Those caves sound like a potential inn.
Oh yeah, blind.
Yes.
No, cool.
Fish smacks the hand against the table like a gavel. It's decided. Let's go. Gets up.
All right. Head out of the bar, kind of fading behind you, and into the town itself. It is a little bit later at night, but the light is still on in the grocery store. The door is closed, but not locked, and there is a closed sign up in the grocery store. But you can see there is still somebody inside behind the counter, kind of just like working on stuff. If you want to, chat.
What does it think? That we're about to commit the ultimate customer service sin, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much. It's 5 minutes
Hey,
to
are you
closing.
guys
Hello.
open? No. Okay, can you show me your basement?
Yeah. I'm thinking of the vine of the lady outside the bus where the doors are closed. And she's like opera singing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was thinking of the old video of that guy slamming on the doors of the mall, going, "Why are you closed? We are wondering why you are closed."
Eric Andres, let me in.
Yeah.
Let
Let
me in.
me in.
Let me in.
Also, if we find out how to entrance, Cal can always just like pass without trace for us to sneak in from there.
True.
Are there any small openings, like a little window or something?
Cal can also do that.
The front of the store that you're seeing now is the door with the close sign, and things are still lit inside. The guy inside is still clearly like doing inventory or something, but you don't see any windows that are open on the side facing the street. If you want to explore around a bit, you may see an alternate entrance.
Is it time for the return of my wife needs assistance?
Call back to pre-episode 1.
Perhaps not yet.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
yeah.
think Cal's just on the ready and just being like, I'm good with sneaking. I'm good with snooping. I can teleport a
Snoop.
little bit.
Snooping and sneaking. That sounds great.
There's snooping and seeking, and there's talking to somebody. Which is scarier?
Well, okay. So, talking to somebody, putting our faces more out there.
I've got a brilliant idea.
Yes, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so with this grocery store, Patrick, is it on dirt or stone?
I'd say
Uh,
give me a perception check.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's a good one, baby. That is a 25. God, I was about to search the stats.
Wow. The street you're on is asphalt, and there is concrete coming off of it on the side into like slabs that the various buildings are sitting on. So there is at least kind of some concrete between it and kind of like underground, but concrete is still stone, and it seems to be like not very huge. It's just kind of like a like basic foundation, and you already know that there is like some kind of basement being used for storage, so assumedly has a connection to the store itself, which means that there may be something underground that like is just like dirt or stone walls.
So, I was going to propose using mold earth, because I also have tremor sense. So I was going to see if I can figure out roughly where the basement is, and then use my 2 lots of mold earth that I can do at a time, and basically like, excavate a tunnel that we can just drop straight into, and I can cover back up after.
Wow. What does everybody else think of that plan?
I like it.
All right. Mold earth. Yep. Okay. I will remind you, just because you know this, that mold earth does like leave signs. You're essentially digging up and then leaving a pile of dirt. So you do have to like kind of cover your tracks afterwards. Otherwise, it does look like you dug a big hole in the ground. But yeah, if you you can possibly do that. I need a stealth check from you for how quietly you are going to be able to do this. And your tremor sense is, I believe, 10 feet.
Yes.
Would we like to throw on a pass without trace?
I was gonna, yeah.
I've
Okay.
also got stealth and I've got infiltrator armor on as well at the moment.
Yeah, I'll give you a. I'll give us
Advantage on
all
dexterity
a
checks. Yeah.
pass without trace, so we can have plus 10 to stealth.
Okay.
Oh, baby, this is going to be a good one. All right. So first, if I get
So
advantage,
I need all 3 of you to roll stealth. May has advantage, and then you add plus 10 to it. And if your tremor sense is 10 feet, then you do have at least a general sense of where the cavities are. It could be like, maybe that's the basement, maybe that's the start of the caves. It's an empty space. It's something, something to aim for.
I got an 18.
18.
And that
Are we
included
all
your
adding
plus 10?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a bad roll, even with advantage.
Oh, yeah. No, don't worry. I got a 15 because I got a nat 1.
Jesus.
Wait, okay, sorry. We're all adding 10, yes?
Yes.
Also 18.
Okay. You find a place behind the store that keeps you out of view of the street and the windows from the businesses next door. Although those windows are dark, you don't know if somebody is inside. The only way someone could kind of like see you and see the dirt pile being created is if they were like going for a walk between random homes or buildings at night, which is certainly possible, but is just bad luck, not something you can control for. You
Yes, it
press your-
is. Rain.
That's true. You can. If
Can
you
I
want
please?
to.
Please? Please.
I was also going to ask Patrick, in terms of covering it up, because I can just, as far as I understand, basically keep using this cantrip, and it just means only 2 are in effect at a time. Can I kind of just like shuffle the dirt anyway using that, so it kind of covers it up so up a bit?
Basically, what's gonna happen is if it's like it takes you 10 minutes to dig down with the cantrip, you then need to spend 10 minutes with the cantrip, like filling the hole back up. Like
Yeah, I'll do
there's
that if we got time.
you can absolutely use it for digging. It's just slow.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. I'll cover our tracks. Unless something happens and we drop in.
Is this hole gonna be undercover?
You can make it undercover if you want.
Let's make it undercover, please, because Fish is gonna make it pour all night.
Okay.
Yeah!
You want it to
All
be
night
really
long.
Okay. Anything else?
No one's going out, not even to
Anything
fucking
else? High
take the dog for
winds?
a wee.
High winds, raining pretty hard. Okay. Yes, you settle in to cast rain, which takes quite a long time. It's a real period of time to get set, and it is just as May gets about halfway through the tunnel that the first drops start falling down on the town. It starts to get a little bit harder, and May finally breaks through into the underground area just as the rain starts to come through in force.
Fish like dusts off their hands and goes, "No one's gonna be bothering us."
As May breaks through in that last final stretch, you find yourself, first of all, as you dig, you do eventually reach a concrete wall, but with Move Earth, you manage to cut just kind of a section out of it over a couple minutes that you can then push off to the side. That you'll be able to fill in and disguise later. And you find yourself in a sort of semi-unfinished basement that seems to be a lot of dry goods storage, and there is a refrigerator hooked up to the side. This seems to be like kind of a modern construction, but in one corner of the basement, you see a door that is out of sync with the rest of this room. It is a door that is like steel plated, pretty strong, kind of like blocking off access to what seems to be kind of deeper in. And you can feel that the ground is sloping down through this basement towards that door. So it is, you can feel with your tremor sense the empty space behind it, and you know that that most likely leads into more basement or the start of the witch's caves, something of that nature.
May's gonna roll to see if there's any symbols on it, or if it's just a guy being like, "Don't want those caves just opened up into my store. Gross."
Yeah.
That's a 17.
With a 17, you don't see anything at first, and then you look a little more carefully and you find a alarm symbol scratched under the locking bar. It seems like it's placed in such a way that you've seen with certain locking symbols of like you can kind of naturally press a finger to it as you open the door, which will keep it from going off if you are a like recognized person. But it is a very kind of basic alarm and therefore easy to defeat.
Yeah. May points it out and then takes out her tools to like negate it, I guess. And yep.
Alright, mate. Let me know if you need a hand. I'm gonna check this fridge out. Can I roll a luck check, please?
Give me just a flat D20. You're looking for high.
Yes, I am.
Fish wants
Two.
dessert.
Fish finds weed brownies.
2.
With a 2, it's unfortunately they're kind of waiting on a delivery. There's some like big chunks of uncut bacon in there. There is some like cheese and stuff. It actually probably occurs to you of being like, since this is storage, this might be like the extra stuff. You know, things might be like in a fridge upstairs for being sold. But yeah, there is definitely some things here. You can get a snack, but nothing that's like super, I guess, interesting. That makes sense.
Can I non-canon tell the joke that I was hoping to do?
Yes.
Fish opens up the fridge and goes, "Oh shit, they've got Brad's drink." Being the original name for Pepsi. Thank you.
Oh. We gotta get our Pepsi sponsorship in there.
Yeah, we gotta get our Pepsi sponsorship in there. It's true. There's been less Pepsi on camera recently.
It's true.
Already.
I didn't see it. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yep.
You didn't get the logo there. There you go. There we go.
This is the old logo. They recently changed it. When I say recently changed it, they already had it the way that it currently is. While I was in America in February, it only just reached Australia.
Show me the
but
logo what you have.
Have
this
you
is the
seen
older one. This is the older one. They've all changed now to the one that you get when it Googles, and it has Pepsi in the white now, which I think is stupid and dumb. The blue is
I don't
also
like it.
darker, and also because this is the old one, the old design, they want to get rid of them. So I went into the store, and they were like, "Hey, it's the old design, so all of these ones are discounted." So that was good.
Insane. Discounting it based on the design is insane.
I know. I can understand people being like, "Ew, it must be old and expired," but that's stupid. It's Pepsi.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. This is their new logo?
Yes.
Sorry, maybe we shouldn't have this on Craig because we might not get the Pepsi sponsorship. This new logo is shit compared to the old one.
It fucking is. Okay, no, I have.
It's
I have
so
a photo
generic
of
and bad. There was like, I ended up watching a video a long time ago when what you're calling the old logo first came out. That was being like, we wanted to have like it feels modern, but it also like portrays motion and like excitement. And you can see the white, we made it thicker on one part because it looks like someone kind of like smiling or smirking, like they're happy to be drinking the soda. It's like a bunch of like marketing BS, but like still very interesting for the design process. This
one
thing
is
shit
boring.
and is just super boring. Super boring.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't keep my cans because we do return and earn. However, I have washed out one of these ones and one of the new ones, and I have set them up in my office side by side for comparison to look at what we lost and what we have. And I'm going to find the photo that I have, and we can all just look and marvel.
While Ink finds the photo, can I roll for lockpick or
Yes,
symbol
please.
or whatever?
Please, get us out of here.
So
I'll do it. While we're also having fun times, I'll do a death sense.
Also, I will say that when I Googled it, obviously no one is going to buy it, but somebody is selling a closed and sealed Pepsi with the now old design that you were drinking from for $900 on eBay.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's bad. And also,
Yeah.
the new logo is very similar to the logo I grew up with in the 90s.
Yeah, I was just thinking
So-
that. Weird choices.
Weird choices. Okay,
Um,
we had the symbol check, we have the death sense. Give me a tools check for being able to scratch the symbol in such a way that you deactivate it.
Oh, yeah.
And with the death sense, You immediately sense death
Ruh-roh.
That's a 25 for me, Patrick.
in the
Sorry.
fridge that fish just left, where there is sides of bacon hanging. And then there's like some little rats and stuff that you could feel
Oh.
have died in the vicinity, but nothing immediately in front of you.
Thought you were gonna give me human bacon.
God.
No. Okay, what was that, 23?
25.
25. Okay, 25 is definitely enough that you are essentially like, this isn't a particularly well-made symbol. It's very much like scratched in by someone who kind of sort of knows what they're doing. It's a very base level thing.
Can maybe make it look accidental, like someone's maybe been wearing a ring and scratched it?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
With a 25, yes. You make it look accidental, but you also deactivate it in such a way that it still would read to a casual observer as active. It just doesn't actually trigger when someone unauthorized tries to open it.
Hell yeah.
All right. Creak that door open, and you are heading deeper into the witch's caves.
Is it?
Sorry. As you the door opens and there is just darkness in front of you. Step deeper into the dark. Rain starts to fade into the background.
Cal will throw up a dancing lights once it starts getting too dark for the normies to see.
Mm-hmm.
The
normies including
the
you.
only normal,
Yeah.
the only normie is fish. May can see just fine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Cowfish.
You head deeper, and very quickly you can see signs of mining that Cal would recognize from her trip to potential temple sites that start disappearing, and you get more kind of natural flow of the rock as you end up going deeper and deeper and deeper. The space starts to open up. Small openings start appearing, not big enough to crawl into, but eventually you reach a crossroads. And as the sounds of the rain behind you start to disappear, as the isolation of this cave starts to grow, you hear voices.
Can I do an Eldritch Sight, please, as we're coming down?
Go for it. Give me a perception check.
Yes. 18.
With an 18, you see some specks, some glows in the darkness that you recognize as small magical objects. And some of them in the ceiling, possible small magical lights. In the same way that the sanctuary is wired for magical lighting, so does this place as you get deeper. And you hear voices. Hard to tell where they're coming from as they seem to approach and then disappear. And people seem to be rushing a little bit. And you hear someone say, Reports place them in the bar.
Oh,
We're surrounding it now. Yes, we're mobilized. Understood. As then the sound of footsteps disappear away from you. And I think it is there that we will close tonight's session and pick up next time in the Witch's Caves, hidden underneath this town, into the heart of the Second Dawn.
This is non-canon, but Fish turns around to May and Cal and goes, Hawaii.
Let's leave.
Rex.
Well, we've had a good run. Let's go.
Yeah.
We'll get Sinner, your platonic friend, to come with us.
Yes, your employee. All right, let's end the recording.